Hello everyone, this is Lama in Gloves speaking. I'm glad to see everyone who have gathered today to get back to the 90s. How many of you remember Heroes of Might and Magic 3? This is the game that I am very sentimental about. This is the game that I was streaming for the first time when I started streaming in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. It's been 6 years. Something like that. And I am so happy that they have decided to make a board game version of it. And as you might know, we are very interested in miniatures on this channel, right? One of the things that I do on stream is miniature painting. These are not very regular streams, but I am very interested in miniatures. And I'm trying to get some nice miniatures, get them painted, and get you involved in that. So I am trying to connect both of the things. One of them is the general interest in miniatures. The other one is very big sentiment towards Heroes of Might and Magic 3. And it's funny to think about it, because normally you would think this would make a great board game in the first place, and then you could translate it into the PC game, but it was the other way around. I find it very amusing. I don't know what about you guys. Okay, but there is nothing happening on screen right now. I will show you the base game first. We got 8 boxes to get through.
Hello.
And the posters and the art book, because I got the full Kickstarter version of the game, and now you can see that I am talking with my hands. This is something that you normally don't see happening on the stream. But believe me, when I don't do anything on the screen, then usually I use some gestures that you just can't see. I would like to welcome everybody who arrived in the chat on Twitch and on YouTube so far. We got Quackerjack on YouTube, we got Mr. M, we got Laser and Synaptic Link, Bossy Mecha Meow, Mr. Lux. Welcome everybody who might see this video when it gets highlighted, no matter if it's Twitch or YouTube. Can you lip sync your puppet hands to your talk? I guess I can. Yeah. Alright guys, let's get into the first box. Aren't you interested? What are we getting in the base game? Alright, let's show something on the screen. By the way, I would like to remind you guys that I will try to minimize the glare as much as possible, but I have the ring lights above everything. And you know that even when I am painting miniatures, it might be difficult at times. So I will try to make it like minimal glare, but sometimes it might be difficult. So such professional stream. Well, you know me, right? And also, I didn't have the kind of IRL stream for a while, so I might not feel great about it. Is that a pigeon? This is the best pigeon you can get, like, ever. Oh, by the way, I have already noticed that the board game is quite different from the PC game. And mainly, it's because the miniatures themselves and all of the graphics, they are not 100% the same as they were in the original game. And this might be because of two things, and this is just my opinion. this is the licensed product by Ubisoft, so I am not sure if they wanted for the board game creators to put their own twist on the game, or was it the game creators that when they were redrawing the original artwork, maybe they wanted to put their own twist to it. So say goodbye to all of the derpy creatures that you have seen in the original game. I am very sentimental about it, and honestly, if they would put the derpy version of every monster, I would love it the same way. But in this case, just to make sure that you remember about it, and let's try not to compare this game too much to the previous version, like to the PC version that was made in the 90s. Let's just try to think about this game as something that has its something that has its roots in the past, although there is a nice twist to it. Oh no, I got disgusting hands. I know, Lauren, I know. But you know that it would be really difficult for the llama to show anything on the screen. Yes, I would say 3DO for life. Exactly, Mr. Lux. I'm glad that we agree. Okay, so let's get to the board game itself. But before we get into that, I would like to give you some news as well, because I was checking out, this is the Kickstarter version, but I was trying to check if the game is available in retail as well. So if you would like to get it, is it possible to buy it at some point? And actually, it is possible to buy it. So I will show you the website that is offering it. And as far as I am concerned, this is the board game creator website, Archon Studio. And this is their website. If you would like to get the game, you can get the base game for $85 or 79 euros. And from what I have seen, the board game itself is available only as the base version, but still it's something, right? If you have missed the Kickstarter campaign, it's better than nothing. And the game looks really good, even if it's the base game, in my opinion, because of course it's not the first impression. I had to check everything before the stream happened. But you can possibly buy this game from the Archon Studio website. So it's not sponsored at all. You know that I just love Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and I'm very sentimental about it. This is like advertisement made by me. Nobody's paying me for this. Nobody sent me this game for free. I had to back it on Kickstarter. So just make sure that you check the website, because I think this is a very interesting offer. In general, okay, it's me. You know me, when I am very happy about something, then I like to advertise it from time to time. And we got a question. Did you ever try the Horn of the Abyss? Or In the Wake of Gods mod for Heroes of Might and Magic 3? And answering your question, Quackerjack, on YouTube. Yes, I did. I have tried In the Wake of Gods. This was one of the first, if not first, of the mods that I have installed ever for the game. Although I didn't really like this mod. And this is why I stopped installing any mods for my games, because I disliked In the Wake of Gods so much. But keep in mind that I was about 16 years old back then. So In the Wake of Gods expansion was probably still in development state, and maybe it's much better than what I remember from the past. So keep that in mind, please. And the Horn of the Abyss, I have seen it. I have heard that the campaign is very difficult. And the most important part is that the multiplayer is so much better than it was before. So I am interested in it, although I am not as good as a player as people that you might see on Twitch. So I haven't finished the original campaign of Heroes of Might and Magic 3 to consider the mods, although I was streaming some of this in the past. Yes, I have named it correctly. Okay, we start with the... Yes, this is the battle board. Imagine, guys, that somebody had the idea to put the monster cards in here, and you're supposed to use this as the battlefield. This is crazy, don't you think? You can put 5 cards in the column and 4 cards in a row, and this is supposed to be your battlefield. So when I saw this for the first time, this is the part of the main game, of the base game, I was like, wait, but I need my battlefield. What is happening here in the first place? Don't worry, there is an expansion that gives you the regular battlefield. How did you feel when you received this box? Oh, Blady, this was quite difficult. Also, welcome, Blady, and Procrastinate Depression. Guys, I was a little bit worried. I was a little bit scared because, as you might know, I participated in 3 Kickstarter campaigns. One of them was for Frostpunk, the second one was for Darkest Dungeon. And you know that I don't have the best experience with Darkest Dungeon. I was a little bit disappointed with this campaign. It's still ongoing, and I'm not sure if I will get the second wave, which I paid for a lot. So let's say that I was worried. Even if I saw that there is good communication from Archon Studio, I was afraid that something might go wrong, that my pledge might not arrive the way it should arrive, but everything turned out to be okay. So no broken miniatures, no misprinted cards so far. I haven't checked everything because I wanted to show you at least part of the pledge. I wanted to show you in the original state, so I left everything as it is, as I received it for the base game, but some of the expansions I already checked because I couldn't, I couldn't stop myself from checking, right? Because I would need to report any type of misprints or any type of miniature issues to get the replacement faster. Mr. M, good to see you. It's going well. We are getting deeper into the base game right now. I would gladly see this game in action on stream. I wish I could record it. I wish I could make the stream with Laser right now, but we don't really have enough of the space. And we're still looking for the flat. The situation has slightly changed recently because, as you might know, I have some job-related difficulties. Alright guys, so you can see that we have 3 types of cities for the base game. It's the castle, the necropolis, and the dungeon. For every type of city, you have 2 heroes. So on this side you have 1 hero, and on the other side you have another one. So you can play either this one or the previous one. Of course, it's great that we got Sandro, who is the part of the, original lore and Heroes 3 campaign, as well as Catherine. This game would mean nothing without Catherine, of course. Although I am a little bit disappointed because I wish we could have Christian in here on the other side. Christian was one of my favorites. And there were quite a lot of great heroes out there, but I am not the one who is making choices, and probably they have picked certain characters either for the campaign purposes or they have chosen it because of the stats. So you got the Grail, you got the markers for the morale, you got some money that I will show you later. And all of this, I will have to take out these little pieces because you will put the little cubes into that to mark your stats and level of your hero. So in general, I don't have a problem with rulebook a lot. Christian was your crush in the way. In the way, I loved the fact that he had ballista and he had the ballista skill that you could use in order to deal more of the damage, and you could actually attack the target that you wanted. That's why I was picking Christian all the time. Hello, Kenny.
Returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home, Kenny.
8 months from now will be a nice sub-anniversary Loreen deal.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's been 5 years, and then soon we will get really, really nice sub-anniversary. Thank you for your support, Kenny. Let me read something that Quackerjack said. I don't play too efficiently either. I like to super stack a single hero and try and conquer the entire map with just them. Other heroes I recruit tend to ferry stuff or gather weekly resources. I do the same thing. I can't be mad at them picking Sandro, but I really don't like their hero choices. Tamika is okay, but the rest are literally not even close to what would be my choices. I agree with that, although I think that they have a lot of room for... I wouldn't say improvement, but I think that they could possibly add more of the heroes in the future if they wanted to. They already got the license, so, you know, there is nothing that could stop them from introducing more heroes, like make hero packs or something like that. I can't be mad at them picking... Oh, sorry, I read it already. How to impress Llama? First, get your private ballista. Exactly. And Laser didn't do that. Damn. What kind of life choices I've made. Oof. Inter, good to see you. Yes, we are looking at Heroes of Might and Magic 3. So, in general, the rulebook looks very nice. And by the way, you can download this rulebook as the PDF version if you want to. You can download all of the mission books that are available for every expansion from the Game Maker website. So this is great. And we could access it for free a long time before the game was printed and it was sent to the backers. So there are many really good artworks there. Of course, they are not exactly the same as in the PC version, but I appreciate that they tried to make some own twist on that. And well, we're not going to get into the details much. We will get into the pieces. But yeah, it looks really nice. This is kind of quality that I would expect from some other really big game that I have backed and I have paid a lot. Yeah. But let's wait for the wave 2 of Darkest Dungeon. We're not discussing Darkest Dungeon. I don't want to spoil the mood. By the way, I don't know if you know the Eclipse board game. It has very similar hexes style, and they have pretty similar system for putting numbers on the tiles that you need to put further away or closer to the main tile that is in the center. So this is the style that I really enjoyed in the Eclipse. So this is natural that we have this. Like, I enjoy it. You have kind of fog of war in here.
Before I went out
this
to the
is really
grocery.
nice.
And those books are looking great.
Mega, thank you for subscribing for 70 months. Let's have some more hype in the chat. Yeah, thank you. And wear your fancy sunglasses with pride. 69% of people find something dirty in every sentence. Yeah. Kenny, I hope that you will enjoy your pizza, and I hope that there is some pineapple on it. All right. So we are not going to get into details on the scenarios, although it's great that some of the scenarios are supposed to be you play against each other, but there are some scenarios that allow you to cooperate. So that's something I really enjoy. Yes, you triggered the hype train. The hype train is very easy to get. But don't worry about that, guys. We don't have to push for the hype train, but I hope that you will get the emotes already for the level 1. I don't remember. Here's the tournament book that allows you to play 1 versus 1 scenarios, and probably this is the one that we are going to use the most with Laser, because usually we play against each other, not in cooperation, but there is the regular map setup and what you start with. So, yeah, very enjoyable booklets. I mean, I hope for them to make more of those mission books. For every expansion, there is a separate mission book from what I have seen so far. And it would be great if they could make even more. And maybe you can make your own missions if you wanted to. I haven't checked that yet. There is player's aid for everybody, so this game in the base version is available for 3 players. And I can't take it out because I got gloves. Oh, llama. Alright. This is what is going to help you to just get through the basics of the game really quickly. There are 3 of the player's aid for each player. I mean, standard thing. And there is hero's theme around. I don't have any issues with that. Let's check the tiles. I just love them. There is nothing I can add to it. I just love these.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Oh, wow.
Welcome home.
Mega, thank you so much for gifting the sub to Ragnar. This is a great choice, Twitch. I'm glad that Twitch can figure out awesome members of the community and give them the subs. So Ragnar, if you're watching this, enjoy your gift sub. Thank you guys for your support. Alright, so let's get back for a moment to the tiles. There is some money right there as well, but I am not going to punch out these because there are additional money pieces as, you know, plastic money available, and each tile has got its reverse side that looks like Fog of War. I just enjoy it, so there is nothing more to add here. And looking at the details, there are some things that look different. For example, this mine looks slightly different than what you can see in the game itself, but there are many very similar objects. So I just enjoy the overall vibe of this game. I believe that they had to redraw everything, so it was a lot of work. And there are more tiles, of course, all of them are marked on the other side, so there is not much to discuss in here. All of the resources are available as the tokens, but probably I'm not going to punch those out because we got the plastic version that I am going to show later. So yeah, that's quite nice. And of course, there are different versions of the ground of the tiles. You can see that we had grass and we had like we have some kind of like, not a desert ground, but some kind of dirt around. And that definitely fits the vibe of the game as well. because I cannot see the dungeon starting on grass in the board game, and there is nothing much on the other side, so I'm not going to show you the other side because there is no need to do that, but we will get to the nice details in a moment. Of course, this game would be nothing without the astrologers, and of course we got the astrologers proclaim cards that are available. So this is the turn marker, and also we got the cities, one of the most important parts of the game, isn't it? And of course, if somebody is new to the game, I appreciate that they added castle, necropolis, and dungeon to the back. I understand that not everybody is obsessed with heroes. And how does it work, you might ask? There is a certain description for the buildings, but also there are markers for your general resources growth each week, and you're supposed to put the cubes into the right value so you are sure what kind of values you need to add to your general wealth. And I haven't punched these out yet. I will show you on the expansions, but pretty much this is like a double layer cardboard in here. And here you have the tiles that you should punch out. And then this is the building that has been made already, it has been built, but underneath that there will be a building that's a place for the building because it doesn't exist yet. So I will show you on one tile. I don't want to punch it out right now, but you can see that there is nothing in here, and the other side looks like this. So in order to build it, you have to meet the requirements, and then you turn it around, you put it here, and then you consider it as built. So the game is noob friendly, exactly. But I think that this is important. So I just need to punch out everything, but I wanted to show you how it originally looks like. Same thing for every other city. And let's take a look on the castle. It looks slightly different, of course, but still very close to what we have in the PC game. Now the dungeon, one of my favorite cities, by the way, so I was looking forward to see the dungeon mostly. And you can see that there are no buildings related to the Grail, but I don't mind that. And the necropolis. In this case, I believe that the buildings are spaced out a little bit so they can fit the tiles, but still looks great. And by the way, remember that window thingy, right? I was very curious about the dragons from the necropolis. Are they going to be as cute and derpy as they usually are? Not really. And it's not bad, actually, but we will dive deeper into that. By the way, the basic version of the board game doesn't contain more miniatures than the heroes that you can see right there. Which is a bit sad, I need to admit. So we will get to the heroes as the last thing. So I am going to take those out. And as I told you, I left everything so I could show you that. So this is the spot for the dice, and these are just regular dice. I have no problems with them. There are many cubes involved because each of the cities has their own cube colors. So black for the necropolis, the blue one for castle, and the purple one for the dungeon. You know, you just put this stuff on your on your city, right there, and also on your characters in the places where I showed you before. And then there are plenty of cards that I haven't unpacked yet. There is a ton of cards. From what I have heard, they should all fit in here. This area was empty, so I assume that if we unpack all of this, then probably we're going to fit all of the sleeved cards in all of the free compartments. So we'll see. Probably this is the token area. This rounded area is for the hexes. I already have this unpacked. So this fits really, really nicely. And you can put some other tokens in here or in this spot. And we can take a look at some of the cards. I don't know how to use most of them yet, because I didn't have the opportunity to play the game. We need to get some of the space first, because I don't want to play this game on the ground, like there is no way. Alright, so if we check the first few cards, they just look like regular cards. I'm not a huge fan of the paper like this, with this kind of grain, but it's okay. You use it for the spells, you use it for skills, and in some cases you have additional stats in here. And for every expansion, I have noticed that there are some additional cards like this. So if you're playing the main game, you're going to use the cards instead of the miniatures. So there is the deck for all of the monsters that you have in this set. Of course, we're speaking of the necropolis and castle and dungeon. So we will take a look at each one of these guys. This is the regular version, and when you turn the card around, you will see the upgraded version. There is like a really nice holographic card on the other side, and it works for every upgraded unit. And there are some neutral units as well, but as far as I know, they should be in these decks. So yeah, this is really nice. I mean, everybody always looks forward to the upgraded versions, right? So it looks really, really nicely. But I will show you each card separately. And we will use it for the miniatures later. So you can see that the marksmen are slightly different. And each card has got the holographic version on the back as the upgraded version. So I don't mind them being different. Although the derpy versions, I would be okay with that. With this kind of quality, I would honestly not mind the derpy versions either. But this is really cool. And I will try to just keep those cards away somewhere on the desk so we can compare these to the miniatures. Hello, Panuman, good to see you. I'm doing, yeah, it's going. What about you? I hope that you're doing well. So the champions, this is like the classic version. The champions were one of my favorites from the castle. I don't know what about you guys. Make sure to tell me which are either your favorite cities or your favorite units from the city that you love. Or which neutral units you like. Just make sure that you tell me about that, because I have my favorites as well. All right, so the skeletons, they actually look scary in this case. And of course, the other side is holographic. The zombies are more scary. Like, the zombies shouldn't be scary. Where is the broken leg? Remember? The raids. I hope that you see it nicely, but I can bring it closer to the camera if you need to. Definitely we're going to use some focus, and I will show you the miniatures up very close so we can get all of the details. The vampires. This is very much, you know, the old style. I really like this one. The vampires were always scary. I was trying to avoid them on the map. And leeches were my favorites, although when I was very unexperienced player, sometimes I was mixing my units with some stronger units from other cities, and the poisonous cloud was causing some issues. Dread Knights. I wish they could be more, you know, more tanky, bulky, like they were in the game, although they look really cool. And Ghost Dragons. Imagine seeing some actual badass dragon from the necropolis. It happened. After over 20 years, we got the legit necropolis dragons. And this is from the dungeon. We started the dungeon units. The troglodytes are... they were always cute in my opinion. The harpies look slightly different, but very, very nice. Very nice concept. Evil Eyes. Medusas, one of my favorites actually, because they could turn the unit into stone, remember? And Minotaurs. I really, really liked using them. Manticores. I was trying to avoid them. I felt like they are very, very squishy. So I was trying to push for the Minotaurs. As I said before, the dungeon is one of my favorite cities. So I was trying to go with Minotaurs as fast as I could. And obviously, Black Dragons, one of the best dragons in the game that were immune to any magic. Alright, so that's it. That's the base version of the game. I will try to keep the monsters close to the desk because we will get to the miniatures. And of course, I will show you the players. But I need to wrap this up really quickly. And then I will show you the heroes. The heroes are really, really good. I think, personally, I think that the quality is really good, but feel free to let me know. What do you think about this? And would you buy this game? It's still available, so not like it's a rate on your wallets. As I said, this is not sponsored, although I know that some of you are very sentimental about heroes, so I'm not the one to judge if you're going to buy it or not. Alright, let's get to the miniatures from the set. And this is really nice that they have those kind of clasps. I don't want to break the plastic, but it's difficult to use the human puppet hands in order to open everything, right? As a llama, I was always struggling with it. Now it's time to take a look at the miniatures. 2 heroes for each city. As we mentioned before, maybe we should start with the necropolis. And I will try to change the focus so you can see it in more detailed version. Here we go. And you can probably figure out that There were always two versions of the heroes for each type of character from the city in the original game. So this is more like a rough version, in my opinion. So I guess this would be Tamika in this case. The horse looks like a really, really nice undead horse, not gonna lie. But it makes me really sad when I see it. Where's the Shambler? There is no Shambler, unfortunately. I'm still waiting for Wave 2, Blady. But yeah, that's the kind of rough version of the hero. And then I guess this is what we need to play with when we're picking Sandro. The details are awesome, I need to admit, guys. This is the quality that I would expect from a standard board game with miniatures. You can see that some of the pieces have been glued afterwards, but I have no problem with that. And even as unpainted miniatures, they look really nice. And the plastic is not very bendy. You know that I have problem with that. And I will show you, well, I will show you Bob from the Mansions of Madness. Bob, where are you? Here it is. This is the Dunwich Horror from Mansions of Madness, the board game. If you're watching my miniature painting streams, you know him because, well, I was using him quite a lot. So you can see that the plastic on the Dunwich Horror can be a little bit bendy at times, and I can imagine that this is quite old board game, but this is the plastic quality that I don't like. In Darkest Dungeon case, you can see that this plastic is not bendy at all. It is very sturdy, very nice. Those miniatures are very heavy, actually. And from Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the quality, I would say, I can't say it's in between. There is a little bit of bending, but just a little bit. The details are great, and there are some pieces that are glued afterwards. I don't think there will be any issue with bending for these miniatures. Yes, they look well detailed, exactly. Let's get to the character that I believe is Catherine as the female miniature. I like to bend all of these little things to check if this is going to break anytime soon, but it looks really sturdy. Also, there are some interesting details on the base, and I will show you with the fortress. There is one little piece that I am really, really happy to show you. This is what I would expect from a castle hero. They are really, really good. So let's get the second castle character. This would be Christian with Ballista. But we didn't get Christian with Ballista. The Mansions of Madness miniatures are not great quality, yes. I mean, the game is still great, although, yeah, the quality is quite questionable. But I believe that if they would remake the game to make better quality miniatures, probably I would buy them for the Mansions of Madness. They're really good details, like this helmet right there, like this shield out there. The more details, the happier I am. You know me, guys. Now we get to the dungeon. Of course, I am interested in the dungeon the most. I'm sure that this is the first city I'm going to pick. And this is more dynamic. They are really trying to make the characters and the monsters to look dynamic, which is great for the miniatures. You know that in the PC version of the game, it was a little bit more derpy. Now for the second hero. And of course, everyone has got their own slots in which they fit really nicely. Although I would enjoy some kind of description around, especially for monsters, but I will show you that later. So, of course, these need to be my favorites because, well, this is dungeon. I am a dungeon player. Like, how could I not be hyped about this dungeon heroes? I use the Cthulhu Death May Die minis for Mansions of Madness. Wow, and this works nicely. Maybe I should try to use this as well. I haven't seen a lot of different miniatures, so these look fine to me. In my opinion, the heroes' miniatures are awesome. It may be from a bit shady dungeon, but not the darkest dungeon. Oof. We're still waiting. So, Mythic Games, please send us Wave 2 so we can discuss it on the stream. These are really cool looking, yeah. But what is wrong with the set? There are no miniatures, and this is something that makes me very sad. Because this is the set that you can still buy on the website as a pre-order. I am not sure if the game is going to be available in retail or if the stores will have to buy from their website just like you can right now and they would make it available in retail. I don't know. But the company has barely finished. They are supposed to finish sending all of the pledges by the end of this month. So maybe they are still sending the pledges. They were supposed to close them according to the order of closing the pledge. That's why I got mine very early. Isn't it ultimate Karen from the inside? Well, might be at some point. Yeah, we are Karen. Alright, so this is the main box. The other side looks great as well, but I am not sure if I should show you each side all the time. But you can see what is the part of the game, and you can see the least what the box contains. In general, I have no issues with all of the graphic side of this project. I think it is great. But let's talk about the miniatures from the faction units. These are the stretch goals from Kickstarter. I haven't seen this on the website, unfortunately. And it would be great if somebody buys the board game, somebody missed the Kickstarter campaign, and they would love to have the miniatures for the base game. It would be great to be able to buy the stretch goals for the faction units, not necessarily other stuff, but maybe the faction units at least. I hope that the company is going to make that. And this is the Manticore. That looks slightly different from what we have seen, and there was a little bit of confusion going on regarding this miniature, so I am definitely going to show you what's going on. It looks like a bit hungry kitty. It looks a bit derpy when you check the miniature itself, although it's very enjoyable in my opinion. This might be a little bit reflective. Sorry for the ring light on top. As far as I'm concerned, most of the expansions that I have seen have this kind of really nice protection box, because there was a big box available that I didn't decide to get because it wouldn't fit all of the expansions that they are planning in the future. But let's get to it. I try to make it as least reflective as possible. And let's start with the castle, shall we? I will keep the cards for the castle and we will try to pick all of the monsters. Okay, so we will start with the halberdiers and we will start with changing the theme. Because what would this stream be without the castle theme from the game? I like playing almost all. I am a bit indifferent to conflicts. Non-mod Castle, Rampart, and Necromancer are always vying for my top 4, but Fortress is probably my favorite. With a Tazar super tank army. He is a part of the stretch goals, so you will definitely see that character, and I love them for their defensive abilities. I need to have stopped playing it to be nostalgic about it. Okay, that makes sense, that's fair. Okay, let's start with the halberdiers. They are right there. And I will try to increase focus again, so we can check these little guys. I am trying to have 2 hands in way too many places at the same time, so forgive me. But here we are. This is how they look like. Awesome details. And also take a look at the base. The base is different depending on the city as the main city of the faction unit. So this is great. Also, as far as I am concerned, you cannot really mix the armies. So if you're playing with castle, you're allowed to use only the castle units. I am not sure how it works for the neutral units yet. If you want to know something more, I will have to play the game first. Lati, good to see you! Heroes 4 board game, when? You will have to ask the creators of this game. So yeah, these are the halberdiers, and we're looking for the marksmen. They are right there. You can see, really quickly, you can figure out that the marksmen are really small in comparison to some other units, especially the dragons. I remember that the game creators were really paying attention to this detail that humans should be much smaller than the dragons or other units. Of course, we will take a look at a Titan and we will try to compare it to the dragons. This is very important. Of course, it is. Now for the griffins. The griffins are really small in comparison to dragons still, but the wings are amazing. And they have this little stone right there. I love it. And I like all of the dynamic poses. You can see that they really tried to incorporate some movement into every miniature. I can definitely see that. And I just love those wings. It reminds me of that tiny bird that I was painting. And of course, this is Heroes unboxing, although I would like to show you that little birdie if I will be able to find it. Unfortunately, I won't be able to show you the version from the city that the color scheme comes from because it hasn't been produced yet. But it's in plans. So if there is anybody who was interested in Crack Hack, unfortunately you are not able to see them yet in the game. Give me a moment, I am looking for that birdie and found it. Unfortunately, it's not the best painting quality, so you have to forgive me. But you know how much I love the Thunderbirds. And I was trying to reproduce their color scheme for the little birdie from Warhammer Miniature. That is kind of like a side piece for the guy on a bike. And this is what I came up with. I still need to work on that, by the way. We need to get some highlights. Hello, Tom! So I hope that this little birdie will turn into a big birdie from the set like this. Let's move on to the Crusaders. Where are the Crusaders? They are small. They are really small. But Crusaders were awesome. Remember that they had 2 attacks. This is definitely more dynamic. Tom, how have you been? Oh, by the way, I have a certain news for Inter. Inter, I forgot to mention that your character has been kidnapped in RimWorld. Just saying. It wasn't on purpose, though. Only the upgraded ones, yes, but they had 2 attacks, yeah. You can re-roll every 0 on the unit's attack die for the board game version. But they are awesome. They are badass, just like they were in the PC version. The Zealots were awesome because in bigger numbers they were really scary. I was trying to avoid them when I have seen them as neutral units on the map. I was trying to avoid them. And also this magic ball is really funny because you have this really nice effect that they are casting a spell, but it looks like an alien getting out or something like that. But still very cool miniature, very cool idea. You had to show it in some way, so I understand this solution, although it just reminded me. If you're a Zealot and you know it, raise your hands. Yep. Now the champions. The champions, aren't they beautiful? We love horses, right? These are really, really big miniatures. And okay, their weapon is a little bit bendy, just a little bit. That's exactly what I would expect from champions in the board game. Great job anyone who was making those miniatures, great job, guys. I love them. And of course, the Archangels as the last unit of the castle. The Flaming Sword. The shield with Erathian symbol on it. The pose that we know from the main menu. And the wings. The wings are amazing. Well, not to mention the awesome six-pack. We will need to have a comparison if we prefer the Archangel's six-pack or the Titan's six-pack, the artificial six-pack that they have on their armor. I don't know. Let's switch to the Necropolis. Thank you, Mr. M, for lurking. I appreciate that a lot. Actually, I got dungeon. So let's start with dungeon right now. There is some bug because I have picked dungeon, but we got the fortress theme. Something was bugged. Oh no, actually, it was me who made a mistake. Damn. Now, you should definitely be mad at me. Happy lurking, Mr. M. Are you gonna paint them? That's the question that I wanted to ask you guys. In the Kickstarter version, it was possible to ask for pre-shading. So, in this case, let's pick the Griffin. They would wash over these miniatures in order to just create the shades. And of course, I didn't want to pick the pre-shaded versions because I thought that it would be a nice idea to paint them. Although these miniatures are good the way they are already, and I didn't expect that, really. So I'm wondering if it's worth it to paint them. It's definitely going to be a very interesting experience. Also, the plastic quality is great, so I am not afraid to be forced to maybe take off the paint if something didn't work well. So I would be very curious about painting them. It's just more to the pile of shame. I know. In the meantime, Lammes, I'm looking for the troglodytes. Aren't they cute? Remember that you couldn't blind them? They got a little bit more rocky base. You can see that there is a difference in comparison to the castle units. But still, this is something that we kinda know from the game already. But I can't believe how could I confuse the main theme from my favorite city, one of my favorite cities, with the fortress theme. I'm a heretic. Okay. And now the harpies. Very dynamic pose, as I said before. The sculpting on the wings is just great. This is something that immediately catches my eye, gets my attention. Evil Eyes, these are fun. Troglodytes are precious, yes they are. Definitely the game makers, the sculptors were keeping an eye on details. Let's get to the Medusas. They are slightly different. But the bow is there. If I would like to paint them, I would try to paint them in the upgraded version. You can see that there is no difference in between the project, like the concept, in between the regular version of the monster and the upgraded version. It's just this holographic side of the card, and also the stats are different, and there are some additional properties that you have for this unit, although there is no difference between the pictures. So I would prefer, if I could paint this miniature, I would probably paint it just like the upgraded Medusas from the PC version, because I really enjoyed that one. Medusa's one of my favorite units. And where are the tanky Minotaurs? Here we have it. I am trying to show you as many details as I can. You can see that they are very angry. Also, this character looks like one of the heroes from the dungeon. So I wouldn't mind them being an actual hero of the dungeon. Hello, Harkovs. Good to see you. We're taking a look at the miniatures from Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the board game, and they are amazing so far. This is the basic game. These are the stretch goals for the Kickstarter, although you can still buy the base game itself without the main faction miniatures on the website. I think I might want to pin this as the message on Twitch. I'm not sure if I can do this on YouTube, but I can definitely do that on Twitch if Twitch is going to allow me to pin this message, because it didn't allow me to pin the message for some reason. Yep. So this is what we're taking a look at. Okay, we checked the Minotaurs. Now for the Manticores. The big guys. Finally, we're getting the big guys, right? And there is a little fun thing behind that. I won't tell you yet. You will probably see that yourselves. But this is still beautiful. And the wings, obviously the wings. That's one angry lion. Do you know what might feel odd about this miniature? Is there anyone who can see it? Still seeing the kitty there? Yeah, but what about the face? there are some people who can't really see face that well, and I can totally understand that, although it is there. But you need to look very, very closely. It is visible better if you have the pre-shaded miniatures. I don't have this. So it turns out that the kitty's face is here in the front. You can see that part of it is being covered by the mane. So it might look like this manticore has no face. Although it is there. This is how Simbound steroids would look like, in my opinion. Will there be games later? The Heroes games or something else? Today we got only the, the miniature kind of review and showcase, but the regular streaming for games is going to happen tomorrow. And the Black Dragon. All right. So tomorrow, Sunday at 2 p.m. UTC, we're going to have RimWorld with Twitch Toolkit. Both on Twitch and on YouTube. Look at this Black Dragon. This is what I was waiting for, all of the dragons. And okay, this dragon is something that I can see that this is Black Dragon because we got the purple color, but for the neutral units, sometimes it is difficult to figure out which dragon is which. Oh, you're playing RimWorld now. Tell me, what kind of experience do you have? Have you played Anomaly yet? Because there was a new DLC. Guys, the wings. Aren't the wings amazing? When are you going to paint it? This is something that I am adding to the pile of shame for a moment, but I think I am just curious to see them painted. Because the quality of the miniatures is really nice. So these were the Black Dragons. And guess what? 7 miniatures for each faction. We are getting to Necropolis. Starting with the skeletons. Yay! They are so tiny! But they definitely look like the halberdiers from the castle that were turned into undead. I can see that. Okay, they got the swords, but you know what I mean, right? And you can see that the base is slightly different as well. There are some bones right there. So there are a few things that remind you that this is different city. There is a base difference. There is the color of the miniature. I don't have Anomaly yet, just bought Ideology. Have had Biotech for a while. I'm not that into full price DLC. Okay, that's understandable. I haven't bought any of the DLCs yet. I was just checking out if I can get into the game and play it, actually. So I understand Harkovs. Where are the zombies? We're looking for the zombies. They should be... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I messed up. No, I was showing you the zombies, not the skeletons. Let's get back to the skeletons then. That's why it would be really nice if we could get some kind of either description that would be made into this frame, or some kind of symbols that would make it easier to see the difference between skeletons and zombies, because they seem to be very, very similar to each other. And I haven't noticed that. What a shame. So these are the skeletons. Well, at least they got boots. And these are the zombies. Yeah, I haven't noticed that. See, I am still not used to all of the miniatures yet. It's not bad. Yeah, I should have noticed that this one has got only one shoe. And I miss that broken bone, you know. I miss that. Give us the broken bones on the zombies. So you can see that there is a difference between skeletons and zombies, but when it comes to miniatures, I need to pay more attention. Luna Dream, good to see you. I believe I didn't say hi to you before. So welcome once again. So yeah, zombies to the left, skeletons to the right. And do I remember where to put these guys? This might be difficult at times, especially with the neutral units with the dragons. And then the race. Scary, as always. Sad as always. These would be the easiest ones to paint in my opinion. And I don't know why I am getting some kind of Warhammer Age of Sigmar vibes. When the Soul Wars have been released, you had quite similar miniatures to this. Of course, I considered it's a coincidence, but I'm just getting those vibes. And there is just a piece of friend on the base that definitely didn't get a hug. This wraith says, "Come at me, bro, come at me." The vampires. This pose is really close to how I remember it. And there are many dead friends at the bottom. We should call this guy Edward. Let's leave Edward the vampire to chill. Leeches. Leeches, aren't they awesome? If you remember that you shouldn't use the poisonous cloud when you have some kind of units that are alive around. Yeah. And this is interesting because this thing looks like it's kind of broken. Although it's not, so maybe it was supposed to be like that. In a moment, we are going to compare the Dread Knights to the Champions. Which ones are cooler? Both of them are awesome. And the weapon that was extremely deadly. And there are many, many dead friends at the base. Also, this miniature is quite heavy as well. Not as heavy as the Darkest Dungeon miniatures and heavier than the Mansions of Madness miniatures. I think this one is one of my favorites from the miniatures. and the ghost dragons. We will check on the ghost dragons and then we will try to make the comparison which guys are bigger. For the first time in ages, guys, the necropolis got the legit bone dragons. This part is quite scary. Look at that. There is like the chest is opened. And there are many small skulls around. Lovely. But let's make some comparisons, shall we? I was waiting for that. Alright, we're getting the champion and we're getting the dead knight. Which one is bigger? They're roughly the same size. Roughly. I think that the dead knight is slightly bigger. I guess it's time to close the miniatures for the base version of the board game. And then we will get to the expansions. There were quite a few. Not all of the cities have been made into expansions, but you can clearly tell that an expansion means that you're getting additional city, pretty much. What do you think about these miniatures, guys? I need to admit that if I wouldn't be a Heroes of Might and Magic 3 fan, probably I would consider them really nice set of custom miniatures that could be painted for fun. Strange sounds incoming. It would be great if they could include the Horn of the Abyss Faction Cove as an expansion. Actually, it was their idea, although it's a little bit like, you know, shady idea in the way. Although they had it as an option to vote for. I will explain in a second. I will get to the other stretch goals. I will try to open it, and in the meantime, I will try to explain. By the way, this is one of my favorite boxes of all time. Also, just love the golden golems, not gonna lie. So, speaking of the Cove was an option that you could vote for. There was additional expansion that was one of the stretch goals. You could vote for it. And the city that has won was Inferno. There was Inferno, Conflux, Cove, and the one with the behemoths that I never remember. Because there is like Tower, Fortress, Stronghold. I believe that it's called Stronghold. Focus does not work? It works. It works. But I just set it to something different. But thank you for your feedback, Blady. Let me get the focus right so you can see it. This is beautiful. But these are still stretch goals. They are available if you if you have supported the Kickstarter campaign. So all of the neutral units are there, and they were available as the goals that you could unlock with the campaign. By the way, the Kickstarter campaign itself has collected in pledges over 3.8 million euros. So that was a very successful campaign, although there were the stretch goals, and these stretch goals are available in this box. One of the most pricey ones, the final stretch goal that was funded, was about 3 million or 3.5 million for the Rust and Fairy Dragons. That was unbelievable, but how could you not support the campaign and not get the fairy dragons, right? Laser is playing Diablo, we can hear it. No, he's playing RimWorld. It's RimWorld, but I didn't want for Laser to go away on each stream. We will try to figure that out at some point, but right now we don't have any other options. Laser would have to go to another room, to the bedroom, and he could use his laptop only, so that would be unfortunate. Okay, I can finally open the box. Okay, we got this. We got this. Oh, yeah. And beware the glare. See, same as usual. And we got some additional stuff in here. Let's open it so we avoid the glare. I really dislike it. Stronghold is correct. They are the barbarians, exactly. Stronghold is not available right now. Of course, the players were quite disappointed with that, but they are working on Stronghold and Conflux, if I remember correctly. So, to those of us who really enjoy having the physical versions of everything, not necessarily the tokens. Okay, let me take that out as well, because there are multiple layers to this, and let's get all of the money out. Let's start with the Grail. And probably you can put all of the money in here. I haven't tried it yet, but most likely. Let's start with the Grail. Well, this is not like the best of the best quality, of course, because this is just a small prop. I am trying to adjust the focus so we can see the miniatures up close. But due to the yellow color, very bright yellow color, you might not see everything. I'm sorry for that. And it's empty inside! We have been lied to, Llamas! For all these years! There is nothing inside! It's just a shell! Oh no, these are such small elements that I will have to get some help with taking that out. Of course you need the hourglass. Why not? And all of the other resources, they are marked. If you get 5 resources, you're using this. And then we got the gold. I think that I could use the gold from Darkest Dungeon as well. And guess what, Llamas? It's empty inside as well! But it's not as disappointing as the Grail that is empty inside. Of course I'm joking. You have to save up on plastic a little bit. You don't need that. But it's very nice to have props like that. I always like those little things like this. And here you have all of these other materials like the wood and stone that you would usually use. So this is what you get from the mine. It's very dark, so definitely if I would paint those miniatures, I would try to paint over these because you can't really see that it's wood. You need to look very, very closely. And we got the morale, but only the good morale, right? Only the good morale counts. Unfortunately, these miniatures are so yellow that it might be difficult to see the details up close. And then the coins. Well, for the coins, I would say these are just standard coins. They have a little bit of details, so for the bigger values of those materials that you have here, you got the miniatures, but for smaller values, like one piece of materials, like these ones, you get these types of tokens. These are plastic, but it's a nice change. For crystals, you're getting this, and of course you got the money. And I guess that you're supposed to put all of it, just take it out of the bag and try to put it here like this. And you should fit everything in here without using the paper tokens, so I'm okay with that. But I will transfer this later. This is not something that I should do on stream. Let's get to the neutral units and everything else. What's cool about this box? Way too many things. Let's try to start with the campfire. The campfire is something that would be a nice practice for painting the fire, in my opinion. I never tried to paint the fire before, so this would be a nice way to practice. And before we will get to the neutral units, you can see that we got the cities out there. So let's start with the cities themselves. And actually, I haven't changed the theme, so I will change the theme to the neutral one. The one that I like the most. The grass terrain. And let's take a look at each of the cities. They are really cool because you can try to compare the cities that are upgraded to the maximum version. So they got 3 towers, the maximum amount of towers, the maximum amount of, the walls, and all of that moat around. You can see that they are pretty similar to the PC game. So that's something I appreciate a lot. And also I think that there is a really nice detail in the back, because we always see those cities from the front. We never know what is in the back. And if I remember correctly, if I understand correctly, this might be the place where you recruit the griffins from. And I consider that really, really nice detail. And of course the moat around it, it's great. And we got 2 additional towers, you can see it here. Nice block. Of course it's empty inside, but I think I shouldn't joke about things being empty, but when you're looking for the grail and you find that it's empty, you might be a little bit disappointed, am I right? We will skip on this building. We will talk about it later. Let's get to the fortress. And why do we have fortress as the city? The fortress is available as expansion, but as a part of stretch goals, all of the city buildings as the miniatures were available. So, of course, you had to unlock it. Can we play Heroes 3 on stream someday? Heroes 3 as the board game or the PC game or both? I would love both, actually. But there would be some issue with filming, actually, for the board game. Laser noises are not distracting, they are fine as is. Okay. Both. I agree with Quackerjack on YouTube that I would do both. Alright, here's the entrance to the fortress, and of course, the more layers you have on top, the bigger defenses you have, remember? Either one, but I can agree for both. See? I would love both. And the moat has got this kind of vines, something like that. And of course we need to check the back. And by the way, take a look at the details on the building itself. This is very similar to what you have seen for the original game. But in the back, what's in the back? There are some decorations. There is nothing that would indicate that we have some kind of unit layer in here, although it's still very nice, like a nice fortress block, as you would usually expect, right? You can always record your game and edit it for YouTube. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Let's get to the dungeon. Where's the entrance? Okay, this should be the entrance. Yep, this is the entrance. We got the rocks for the moat. And this is pretty much straightforward. It looks like regular dungeon. But I always liked it as the project of the city for how regular it is. This is fun because we're getting to the tower. The tower is available as expansion as well. So this is a little bit of a spoiler of what we're going to get through on today's stream. So here we got the tower, and there is one slight, tiny, derpy piece of tower going on here. I don't know if I can try to pour a little bit of hot water over it and try to bend it so it is a little bit straight, although I don't mind it. We can keep it the way it is, although the tower was always like one of the best cities, you know, big brains working there and stuff, and you got the derpy tower. But probably this is some kind of production issue. Maybe they had to fit it in this part of the box. I might want to try to fix that, but this is like a minor issue in my opinion. One of the things that I would like you to notice is that we have the Golem's factory out there. Can you see it? This is the Golem factory. Here it is. And also probably one of the towers, I don't know which one, but one of the towers might be the observation tower, maybe the highest one. And there might be the library. Because there are stairs, and I remember that the stairs were built when you were building either the Mage Guild or the Mage Tower that was kind of attached to the Mage Guild, remember? Hello, Fairy-san, good to see you. We are discussing on the miniatures for Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the board game. And of course, I would love to hear your opinion on all of these miniatures. And if they are worth painting, because they really look good the way they are. I am curious about them. To paint them, on the other hand, they look really good the way they are. And of course, we're getting to Rampart, my number one city. I would be very disappointed if the Rampart wouldn't be the part of the expansions that were available on Kickstarter, and we got all of those vines right there as the moat. We have really, really nice entrance in here. And let's get back to the necropolis, as long as I can take it out. This is slightly different project, I believe. A little bit different, because there are those additional towers. I don't think they were made this way. Or maybe this is the other side. It's really hard to tell. Although there are some... There is a cross in front, if I can see correctly. Really nice details as well. Not my absolute favorite, although great job. I would prefer some kind of dead friends, but there are enough when you look at the miniatures, so I don't mind it being quite plain in this case. And what is this city? Is there anyone who recognizes this? I know that this is very, very bright yellow color and it might be very difficult to see it, but this is one of the neutral buildings. And in general, you can see that whatever color you have, this is the color of different players. So the rampart is going to be bright green and the fortress is going to be dark green and tower is going to be white. All of the neutral buildings, items or units are yellow in this case. And actually, this building was kind of yellowish. A little bit more orange. Does anybody know what kind of building is that? I wasn't visiting it very, very often in my campaigns or in the random games. You had to have really, really strong hero with a ton of units to actually challenge this building. So you probably know what kind of building it is already. So imagine that in this building, you are supposed to fit a ton of dragons. And yeah, yeah, I guess that you can fit one of them, but definitely not this one. So according to the board game, only the fairy dragons are able to fit the Dragon Utopia. Looks like some castle. Yep, this is Dragon Utopia. Okay, maybe one fairy dragon is going to fit it. Yeah, only one. Okay, let's try to get to the neutral units, and there is no particular order in which I would like to show you these miniatures, but of course we will keep the dragon as the last ones. I will show this dragon again and the fairy dragon. Let's start with the peasants. Peasants were great because they were probably the absolutely worst unit in the game. Although, look at this fork thingy. Isn't that amazing? I love them. Do you remember that they were giving you like 1 gold daily or 1 gold per week? Something like that. They had to literally pay you in order to be part of your army. And they were like 1 attack, 1 defense, something like that. Very, very weak units, but they deserve to be part of this game. And I would have to look for the neutral units in the base game, in the cards of the base game. So one of these stacks that I was showing you, I would have to look for the cards for the neutral units because they are probably in there. I cannot show you the graphics right now for these guys. But we got awesome peasants with giant forks. Yeah, this is Farm Sim, but in Heroes 3. We found the farmer. No. These guys have nothing to do with the farmer. Don't worry. Hey, Sruz, good to see you. These are Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the board game units. By the way, who loved the sharpshooters? Oh my god, when I had the sharpshooters for the first time, I didn't really understand the concept of dealing less damage when the distance was bigger. And the sharpshooters, you could just hit any unit, deal any amount of damage, that would be like the same because they were ignoring the distance, and this is why I loved them. Of course, Jalu was one of my favorite units for Rampart, right? And I tried to finish the campaign with Jalu, although I don't remember if I did. Some of the game's peasants gave gold, a couple of them they don't. Oh yeah. In 5, the ability gets called taxpayer. Nice. See, the Quacker Jack is telling us the fun facts about different heroes versions. So here we got the sharpshooters. Now let's get to the... I don't remember. I think that these were enchanters. Remember how badass the enchanters were? And they looked like really, really nice old men that wouldn't deal any damage to you until a fight started. There is something beautiful that I want to show you guys. Look at that. Look at the details on the back. All of those symbols are made into the plastic, like these carvings. This is like an embellishment. I think that this is how you call it. This is quite badass. They look even more scary than they are in the game, in my opinion. Of course, there is some like dynamic pose and, you know, all of the waves on the clothes. Awesome. Now we got the mummies. The mummies were quite scary. I was always trying to shoot them before they got any close. But you can see still a very dynamic pose. It was something funny about the mummies, that they were moving in such a weird way that they didn't seem to be any dynamic in the game, but here we can see some badass version of the mummy. And the trolls. What this game would be without the trolls? With a giant mace, with giant hands, with giant belly. This might be a bit challenging to paint over them in dark green color as they used to be. But I think that neutral units are worth painting because, in my opinion, we are losing the details. We cannot see a lot of details because this is such a bright yellow color. Before we get to the dragons, we got the halflings. Frodo, is that you? Remember, they had luck stat. Would you look at that? They were bringing luck, so it was worth to have them. And if I remember correctly, luck was dealing double damage. Embossed, okay. Thank you, Quacker Jack. We were talking about embossing on the enchanters on the back of its coats, of their coats. Unfortunately, I know it's more difficult to see the details on the plastic that is so bright, but I cannot do much about it. If I decrease the exposure, then it might be more difficult to show you everything else. Okay, let's get to Nobats. They were not slowing down on sand. I was not a huge fan of this unit, actually. I didn't like to fight them, but I was never recruiting them. Just like the trolls and the mummies. Frodo and the little sling, you're right. And now we got the boar raiders. I like this variety. We had a lot of horses, but the boars are great as well. Now there are rogues that I completely forgot about. And we need to take it out. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, it's difficult to use human puppet hands with gloves. Okay, we got the rogues. I am not sure, I think that they were using the same type of weapon, like 2 daggers, but I might be mistaken. I haven't played the game in a while, actually. So, if you would be interested in Heroes of Might and Magic 3 stream as the PC game, of course, I would love it. So these are the rogues, and we got 2 golems that you can find as the neutral units. The gold one that is shown on the box. You could find these and the diamond golems in that pyramid-like neutral building on the map, remember? So this is the golden one. And the diamond one. At first it was difficult to see the difference, but it's good that this one has got this headpiece. And this one has got crystals on the bottom, so it's quite easy to see the difference. Rogues use a dagger and short sword in-game. The model is accurate. Okay, thank you, Quacker Jack. Thank you. It's nice that you can verify it. Because I was not sure about it, and I don't want to say something that is not correct. Which will happen anyway on today's stream. And here we got the fairy dragons. Well, if you never played this game, don't let their lovely, lovely wings fool you. When they hit with their spells, you will figure out that the only thing you can do is to run. My first encounter with the fairy dragons was a huge fail. I have lost my main hero. Yeah. So this is the fairy dragon. It is easy to figure out which one is it. Although I have some difficulties with figuring out those 2 dragons, and probably I will see it on the cards, but I don't have all of the cards opened. I wanted to show you the original version, how it was packed together, but for the expansions, I already sleeved some cards. So this should be, I think that these are the, like, Rust Dragons. The Rust Dragons were the only ones without the wings. And of course, these guys are huge. And the Rust Dragons in general were a little bit smaller. Of course, not to mention the Fairy Dragons. I don't understand why are they so little. I remember they were supposed to be slightly bigger, right? In comparison to Rust Dragon, we got the Fairy Dragon. And then look at the Halfling. The Halfling is so big. So yeah, if Frodo would meet the Fairy Dragon, then they could actually fight, and maybe the Frodo would win. That's how I imagine it. So definitely this is the Rust Dragon. Or isn't that Crystal Dragon? Because it has got a lot of rough edges. I will have to look it up in the cards. Maybe if I go AFK, I will try to look through some cards and get some water, by the way. So we had like Acid Dragons, Rust Dragons, Crystal Dragons, Fairy Dragons, and maybe I missed some. So here's the next one. This one is sitting on the building that looks kind of like pyramid thingy that could be considered a neutral building for the golden golems. And the other big guy. This one is sitting on the crystals, giant crystals. This is probably one of my favorites. Sorry, Black Dragons, but I guess this one is cooler. I believe that these are all of the miniatures from the neutral units and all of the buildings. We discussed that. So here we go. I guess that we can throw all of the money and resources in here. I will try to tackle that later off stream when we play the game. I really hope that Laser is going to play this game with me. He was not like a huge fan of Heroes, but I believe that I might want to convince him to play this game with me. What do we have next? Laser played Heroes 1. Was it Heroes 1 or 2? I'm always confusing these two. Heroes 2 was harder than Heroes 1 if I remember correctly, but I had just brief experience with both of the games. Laser is helping me with putting all of the boxes away, and this is a very interesting part, because you know that when I mentioned it, I was very surprised. Hey, what's going on with the battlefield? Why can't we get the regular battlefield from the game? Why would you change that in the first place? I was genuinely scared if we're going to get the original Battlefield. And yes, here we go. It is Battlefield expansion, so we're safe. All of the hardcore fans who love the Battlefield are actually getting the legit Battlefield. I am trying to minimize the glare if possible. And of course you get the rulebook for the Battlefield. The battle looks slightly different than you would usually do that. And of course, you can place the obstacles on the map. This is what we love, right? So this is the legit battlefield going on right there. And of course, you're getting some additional help. Unfortunately, I can't show you the legit battlefield. Like, I cannot show it fully, but you can use this part on both sides and place your heroes just like you usually would. And of course, this is much bigger, so it's like twice as big. So I cannot show you the full version, but you can see that it has got 2 layers. But you got really nice option for placing your units if you got the miniatures. That's something I truly missed, and it's great that they came up with the idea of the battlefield expansion, although I'm wondering, this is going to break at some point. You know that this kind of boards, if you need to open them and close them all the time, even if this is reinforced, I believe probably it's going to break at some point. I would love to have a playing mat that would be a battlefield. And of course you got the markings for the tactics skill. That's something I appreciate as well. Actually, it's not for tactics, I think. It is for tactics, yeah. And also it's worth mentioning that all of the old pieces, the ponds, some of the dead creatures, these old obstacles from the legit battlefield are available, and some of those pieces turn into the parts of the castle itself. So if you're going to have a siege, then you can have the regular pieces just like you would have with your siege in the game. So yeah, very nice expansion. Although this one has got cards that I haven't read through yet, and I will try to show you maybe some of these cards, but they are going to be very reflective unless I will take them out. And this is interesting because there are some variations on these. All of these cards are sleeved. I didn't want to show all of them, but this is pretty much the same quality. There are a few versions of the same building, and they depend on the area that you are in. So probably they just wanted to give us a bit of the variation. So for example, the trading post has got the regular, like, grass version, underground version, lava version, dirt version, snow version. So this is quite nice, I need to admit. And many of other buildings have got very similar thing. For the obelisk, for the windmill. And this is what you get with the battlefield expansion. So I will have to get into details on why do we get these cards in the first place. Okay, let me put all of these away with the sleeves, because I don't want for this to be too reflective. I'm trying to avoid that on streams, even if it's very difficult. and here we get to the tower. Who is the fan of the tower? My top 3 would be Rampart, Dungeon, and Tower. These are the stretch goals and the expansion that was Kickstarter exclusive as far as I'm concerned. And I think that at some point they might make the expansions available on their website. But it is just my opinion. This is what I think might happen in the future. So it would be the best for you to contact them if you would like to get the expansions. Although probably the tower wouldn't be available. So here we got the Titan. And the Titan is one of the best units, right? They are ranged when you upgrade them. They are big, they can fight as melee, but also they can shoot. That's why Tower was one of my favorites. And of course we are getting additional mission book for the Tower expansion. And then additional players aid. It's like you're adding another player. They pick up the expansion they want. By saying expansion, I mean the city. And you're using it as your separate sets. But also we got a few of the expansions, like the stretch goals. And this is why we're getting some additional characters for all of the previous cities from the base game. So we got the Adelaide and we got Lord Hart, who is very important for the campaign as well. But still, no Christian. Yeah. Would you prefer Lord Hart or Christian, if you could pick one? And then you get additional coins, you get the tiles. So these are more like stretch goals. And we got the Necromancer for the Necropolis. And spoiler alert for those of you who haven't played the campaign, maybe I shouldn't mention out loud who is that. Yeah, you know. But at least they got Necromancy. Poor little thing. Yeah. And in this case, I am still a little bit disappointed. I will show you. Okay, I have no problem with this Warlock. They got the sorcery that I was usually using, but I was using other character that had sorcery. And Dimmer with the meteor shower, okay, I don't mind, although I always disliked the scouting, so I was not using Dimmer that much. Hey, Cyrus got surprised over the spoiler alert. And of course, guys, every hex made of hexes, if that makes any sense, every piece of the map, if you got the city on the map, you have the kind of native area to it. So for tower, it's snow. For castle, it's, you know, the grass area. So that's a nice detail as well. Of course, in Heroes 3, you had special movements that was calculated based on if you have used the right terrain to your kind of native city and so on. Probably this is not the part of this game. I haven't figured that out yet. Probably it will be described in the differences between the board game and the PC game, because there is a booklet that involves all of the changes. And look at that, we got one of my favorite characters from the Rampart. So I am not disappointed in this case, but they are the part of the stretch goals. And Clancy with the unicorns. You might wonder, why is that? Why do we get one card with each, like one card, additional card for the stretch goals. You will see that with the expansions, you are getting 2 cards for each expansion. And the Beastmaster that I was using quite a lot with the resistance skill. And of course, Thazar. They look slightly different. I think that this is interesting choice of the portrait, but I love this character as well, so I am not disappointed for these two, for Mephala and for Thazar. And this is the part of the tower expansion. Exclusively, we got the marker for the spellbook for morale, that is either good or bad, and of course we got 2 cards for the characters, and Solmer is depicted really nicely. I will show you that soon. For the miniatures, and the miniatures are going to be white in this case. There was a little bit of spoiler in the stretch goals. So here we have these guys. And of course, each city is getting its very own little board. This one I need to punch out as well, but this is the same concept as you would get in the base game. You need to take that out, and when you build it, you place it in here, but probably it was easier to make it this way for the game makers. There is really nice graphics in general on each piece. And we got the sets for the tower, and I believe that this is kind of exclusive for tower, you know. Each expansion is getting its own little deck of cards, so probably when you're using your city, you're going to use this special deck of cards. And let's take out the units, because we are going to get into details on these little guys. I prefer Valeska or Ingam, but have been known to occasionally pick Hart or Caitlyn. Okay, understandable. I think that the choice has been made based on either stats or the specialty of the character, so probably these are the balancing matters that they have discussed when they planned which characters are going to be available. At least that's what I think. And also, let's switch to the main theme of the tower. So we're starting with the cheapest creatures out there. Of course, same rule as with everything, you got the holographic upgraded part. And the gremlins are right there. I think that they are roughly the size of halflings. And that little ball. I love these guys. Okay, I know they are cheap. They are not dealing extreme amounts of damage, but I am very sentimental about these little guys, you know? Also, the tower was one of my favorites because I think they had the most of the ranged units, and I was trying for my army to be based on mostly ranged units if possible. It's not necessarily the good choice, but I never said that I am a great player. So here we got the gremlins. And the gargoyles, they are much more scary. Look at them. But they still got the red eyes, I appreciate it. Although I don't know if I could paint the red eyes, I would probably mess it up. So getting the detailed red eyes might be a problem for these, but look at them, look at them. I hope that the focus is on okay right now. I believe it is, but tell me if you would like to get better focus. I think it's all right. Now for the iron golems. They are roughly the same size as the other golems that are available as the neutral units. Yeah, they are quite cute. Both the gremlins and the gargoyles. So the iron golems might be very interesting. This is a bit strange. And I don't know why is that. On the picture, they have this part as metal part, but in this case it looks like this is, you know, this is fabric. And I believe this part on the bottom was the fabric actually, so they could move. But I don't remember clearly. We have to make Heroes of Might and Magic 3 stream, the PC game stream. The Magi. Gremlins, Mages, and Titans are the only faction with free ranged. Exactly. That's why I really loved Tower. If you thought that the Enchanters are badass, well, yes, they are. But the Magi are great as well. Look at this effect. Although this is a fun effect that this is quite bendy. Okay, this part is a little bit bendy. But the effect is awesome. And of course the dynamic pieces of clothes. I don't need Dark Angels anymore in order to paint some really nice dynamic clothes. And the genies. Actually, you might confuse this character because this is the genie that is awesome as the unit itself, right? You can see that there is some kind of like cloud substance in the bottom. It's all awesome. Although, if you take a look at Solmir, who is a genie, wow, obviously, you might actually confuse them. And you could possibly use them as Solmir itself. But Solmir is even better as the character that is right there. I will show you this unit soon. But here are the genies. And there is something that confuses me a little bit about Nagas, but I think that it is resolved on this picture that one of the weapons is slightly different than the other ones. I thought that all of them are pretty much the same, but I think that if they were attacking or if they were protecting themselves, they were using this one? No. They were attacking with all of their weapons at the same time. Anyway, there is a slight difference. This is a quite shorter weapon. The other ones are pretty much the same, like 3 are pretty much the same. This is like some kind of dagger. And then you have this kind of weapon that confused me a little bit. But you can see on the picture that there is a difference in between those weapons. So I don't fully understand that, but the miniature itself looks great anyway. I don't know if this change has been made because of the shape of the box itself? I don't think so. They had enough of the space to add that weapon. So probably this was planned. And the Titans, of course. With the fake six-pack made by the armor. And of course you got the lightning that they can strike, but also they got the weapon. And of course, in comparison to other units, everyone is very, very small. Like the gremlins are very small, and these guys are huge in comparison. But also, it's worth noting that in comparison, if we took a Titan and a Dragon, the Dragon is still going to be bigger than the Titan. And I think that there were some certain differences being made in the size of the Titan in comparison to the Dragons and other units to make sure that Titans are really big and that the Dragons are bigger in comparison to other units. Now let's check both of the characters. So we got like Mage and Wizard for the tower. Let's start with the Mage. In this case we got like old man as a mage. Also, I am checking the bendiness of each of these banners, as always. I'm always impressed by all of the horse miniatures in this set in general. These are beautiful. And one of my absolute favorites, this is a genie with the horse made out of air. This is an amazing idea. Whoever came up with this idea, it stole my heart immediately when I saw this. If you want a caster hero, Solmir is very good. Yes, sometimes it was kind of banned in our games because it was overpowered character with the chain lightning spell. It is based on the Naga Queen model. Some of the blades are different in each hand. In-game, the difference in height between Titan and Dragon is negligible, but dragons are a lot wider. Yes. They take like more of the space, like 2 tiles of the space in comparison to the Titans, yes. Okay, so these are all of the miniatures for the tower expansion. I will just get all of the cards out there, back there. I will tackle it later. And it's worth mentioning that there is a special spot for all of the hero tiles. So as a part of the stretch goals, you can throw everything in here. And of course the tiles are going here. There is enough of the space to sleeve all of the cards, which is something I appreciate. I have seen the games in which it was not available, so I'm happy to see that. But there is a little bit of difference because there was no cover for this part, but this is how it was supposed to be, according to what I have seen on the videos from the game makers. They had some kind of live stream and they were showing these miniatures as the prototypes a while ago. Okay, let's tackle this box before we will move on to something else. And the next one will be Inferno. Inferno is the expansion that some of the players were not happy about. And I understand that, although you can be mad at me as well, because I was voting for Inferno as well. I was expecting that Stronghold is going to be added at some point. I was hoping for that, and they are working on it. So the Cove is something that I would expect as one of the last cities to be added. And of course, the Conflex. I'm a little bit confused about Conflex. Because it's like, meh, they are overpowered if you don't have the Horn of the Abyss mod. So that's why I just know that Conflex is overpowered and I am not a huge fan of it. Back in the day, it was just difficult to play against Conflex. Hey Cyrus, thank you to be a part of this stream. By the way, guys, you will be able to watch the full version like this stream, this unboxing on YouTube and on Twitch, of course, when it gets highlighted. We got Inferno, then next we get Fortress and Rampart, and the art book and the poster. So now we are not finished yet, not at all. We're getting to Inferno. As I said, each expansion is like a separate city, so the more cities, the more expansions. God damn it. Of course, as I said before, each expansion gets its own mission book that you can use, so the more expansions you get, the more mission books you get. Yeah, that's nice. And also you're getting these lovely art pieces. I really liked Inferno in 5. I just found them underwhelming in 3. I remember one of the cool maps that you could play in Heroes 3 that would enforce you to collect a certain amount of those tiniest guys. I don't remember the name. I will check that. And you had to become their king, so you had to collect a certain amount of these little guys. Of course, the players ate exactly the same one. This is like a separate set. So let's say somebody doesn't want to play Castle, they want to play Inferno instead, so they pick Inferno as this expansion and they get their own set of cards. The creature cards, of course, their own heroes, their own cubes, everything. So yeah, you can see that in comparison to the tower, this is slightly different box. This is one of the expansion box, so you can see that you get the city miniature, you get the monster miniatures, you get the tiles and the heroes in the set already, and there are 2 hero cards. This is already sleeved, and this is how it looks like when you punch out all of those little cards. So in order to build something, of course I need to open it. The glare incoming, sorry for that. This is how it looks like when you punch out all of the pieces. So you're supposed to put the little blocks, the little cubes in here so you can see which level you're at. And you got 2 cards for the characters. So these are the characters for Inferno. And of course, the other side has got different characters. These are my 2 favorites, by the way. And it's great that they are on both pieces. If you can have 2 characters at the same time in the game, of course I would pick those 2. So it's great that you don't have to go either Zyron or Zydar. You can just use them both. If you can play with both. That's something I still need to figure out. And all of the pieces. And all of the other parts that I just punched out already that are part of the expansion. Pretty much the same. You get the spellbook, you get the morale, you get both good and bad one. you get all of those pieces. So we are building something and we put it on the place right there if you got it built. Need to kind of squeeze it inside. But probably it's the matter of time when it will actually be a little bit loose. Familiars. I think that the familiars are the ones that I'm talking about, right, Quackerjack? But let's take out some of the cards and I will show you some of the cards that are available. There are many of the cards that contain the use of certain units or spells or stats or the abilities. But something that I wanted to mention before are the neutral units like this. And you're getting a few of the neutral unit cards right there. And these are the Astrologer's Proclaim cards. So this is something that I wanted to show you. And I knew I will have this in Inferno. So one of the Astrologer's Proclaim says that Astrologers proclaim Week of the Dancing Imp. Each player can remove a statistic card from their discard pile or hand to gain one empowered statistic card of the same type. And there is additional story on the bottom. Welcome to the Hellhole. It gets worse here every day. Learn to live like a flame beast in the pit where we play. Very enjoyable. And then we get a few of the neutral units cards, but these neutral units cards are based on the units that you can find in Inferno. So probably these are the ones that you might be able to recruit at some point. I thought it was familiars, but it has been so long since I have played anything other than random generated maps that I could not remember it. Looked like you were pointed at the Gox earlier. No, it was familiars, sorry. Are those cards garbage, like the units in the game? Oh, Lati! Lati! I mean, I know. I understand your opinion. But it's a little bit harmful to the poor familiars. How dare you? How dare you, Lati? I have a feeling that this game has the chance to be balanced really nicely, but you know that I am not big on the game mechanics in the way of trying to compare the stats and figuring out which cities are better than the others. I just have my own favorites, so I guess that they might have received some buffs in order to be able to play it as the board game. Alright, I just left some of the cards to show you, so they are not very reflective. We will start with the familiars, and these are really cool little guys, look at them. So you had to become the king of the familiars in one of the scenarios, and I need to admit this is one of my favorite scenarios because one of the rare units that you were getting were, well, you were getting mostly the familiars and you had to visit all of their lairs in order to collect those units. And if you collected them first, then you were winning the scenario. These are those little guys. Sometimes they were stealing mana, remember? And the refs have been stealing the mana as well. And you have those cute little tails as well, yeah. And of course the holographic sight on the back on the upgraded unit, I will not show more of that. I believe that the original name was Gogs for the unupgraded unit. And where are these bad guys? This is really cool. Because they got the flame effects right there. Also, pay attention to details on the base. Every base is a little bit different depending on the city. And the tails are not as bendy, so I think that those miniatures are going to be quite sturdy. So maybe you can say that Inferno is garbage, but the miniatures are definitely not garbage. Where are the doggos? The doggos. The three-headed doggo. Not much to say here. I just didn't use them so much. I believe that they were quite squishy in the game. Demons. Remember that the demons were summoned by the pit lords? Yeah, here we got some demons. If you had like a larger number, I remember that they could cause a lot of trouble, especially if they were like neutral units and you were hoping that, oh, it's just a few of them, all right. How bad can it be? Yeah. Look, they got some chains right there. Nice. You could sacrifice the completely hopeless imps and resurrect them to demons. Yes, exactly. But of course, you needed to have enough of the pit lords to be able to resurrect a really nice amount of the demons. Speaking of the pit lords, this is a great miniature because it has got a very nice and bendy piece out there. Look, I like that swirl in general. Okay, the pit lords were one of my favorites in Inferno City. I want a Spasmaticus miniature. I believe that you should contact this company then. Ifrit, wait. Wait for it, let's take them out. I think that the genies are cooler. The Ifrit units were awesome, but because they had this kind of shield, the fire shield that was used every time when they were attacked. And the Archdevils. With the flaming scythe. I believe that this is called scythe. Oh no, Lames, I was showing you everything without playing the correct theme. This is unbelievable. You can mention that, guys. Because I got the Inferno main theme. Oh my god. Here we go again. We should start from scratch right now. Alright, these are the Archdevils. The only thing I could change, I would love for them to change, would be to change the feet into the hooves. But I know that in the original version they had like regular kind of demon feet, not the hooves, but somehow I would prefer the hooves. And also, just like in the case of the previous cities, we have the dedicated city for that. And I got only one problem with this. As awesome as it is, we're missing something in here. Remember that you had this kind of portal, you could buy this kind of portal that you could use in order to teleport in between the Inferno cities that had the same little thing in there? I see nothing! If I could be so detailed with the painting, I would paint it in there. Because this is something that I'm missing, guys. Alright, so this is the Inferno. And of course we got two characters. And they have the torches instead. And the horses have great details related to the fire. Remember the fire mane for the horses of the Inferno heroes. We got this as the miniatures. Let's check the bendiness. Yeah, this one is bendy. So this might be quite fragile. Although they are chilling in there in a safe way, so I think that the possibility of them to break is not that big. Also, we got all of the cubes that are related to Inferno. Of course, they are red, and some of the black cubes that are probably related to some neutral stuff that you need to mark. And as I said before, all of the buildings that are the tokens, and all of the other things that I don't really want to show because we have seen it already, but these were not punched out. Let me hide everything and we will switch to Fortress. And Fortress is kind of city that I am a little bit sentimental about. I need to admit it. I am quite sentimental about it. Because you could get the wyverns very, very fast, like in the first week. And it would give you quite an advantage, especially the early game. Every expansion has got this little space in here, so you can put your city card in here. You can put it the other way around if somebody would be confused which city they have opened. And also probably if you could transfer this to the big box that was offered, so you wouldn't get all of these boxes, but you would get one big box with all of those pieces instead. I understand that you might want to mark it as Inferno part. But the big box was not available as the separate piece to buy. And also, if they are going to introduce the Stronghold and Conflux, then it wouldn't fit the big box. That's why it was a little bit difficult. Lati, if you want to join the party, you can use exclamation mark party and amount, yes. Now I will change the theme before anything happens. By the way, I'm using really cool website and I have learned about it by accident. I think that somebody mentioned that in the Kickstarter campaign that there is like Heroes music player, and you can use it in order to play your favorite themes from the game. I think Laser is dealing with some raid now. No, he's not. He's very aggressive with clicking in general. Oh, Llamas, this is really, really cool set because of the miniatures. And speaking of raid, of course, we are talking about Laser playing RimWorld right now. We got Fortress expansion, lovely Hydra on the main art on the box. Laser is dealing with the raid aftermath. Oh, come on. And here we go. We got the mission book for the Fortress. Wyverns, my favorites, of course. These are really, really cool pieces of art right there, guys. Birthdays are the worst. I mean, yes, if you're 30 years old, then yes, they can be the worst. Not gonna lie. Yeah, but there is some kind of story pieces. Yeah. Pretty much the same thing, but there are some stories inside as well. And you got the player's aid, pretty much the same thing as you have seen in previous expansions and previous sets. It works pretty much the same. But at least we got the favorite heroes of mine. Wistan. Guys, either Taser or Wistan. These were my favorites. So Taser is chilling with the stretch goals, so you wouldn't get this without these additional stretch goals. So I don't really understand if this would be available as a set to buy. It's not currently. I hope it's going to be available soon to buy on their website. You probably wouldn't get Taser because it was part of the Kickstarter stretch goals. And we got Adrian, that is part of the campaign. And I really enjoyed this campaign, by the way, with Adrian. Of course, we got the tiles with the swamp theme. We get all of the pieces exactly the same, so I don't think we should comment on that anymore. All of the bricks. It might be a little bit difficult. It is the easiest way if you look it up, like you put it in the light and look from the bottom to see the difference. You can see it on camera, but I don't see that in real life so well. The difference between the black cubes and the dark green cubes. This is one of the really, really small things that could really be problematic. And of course you got your very own deck that has been sleeved already, so I am not going to get into details on that. 7 hexagons glued together. Yeah. I just call them hexes for, you know, for the simplicity. Wait, we can put it away already, so it will be easier to tackle it later. Of course, I was checking with each box. With each box that is already sleeved, I was checking the miniature quality, but also I was checking all of the component list that is available for each expansion, so I was trying to make sure if there is nothing missing. They had so many copies to send out that it would be easy to make some kind of mistake. That is understandable. Hello, Lagather! Can you show us how the map is composed here? Yeah, I will show it. Maybe when we take care of these miniatures. I will take away the box and I will show you how do you put all of these together. I want to live in simplicity. Oh, after all of the boxes, okay. But I think I will just take one of the expansions and show you. But please keep in mind that I haven't read all of the rules yet, even if they were available a long time before. Maybe I shouldn't have sleeved all of the cards, because it's worth it to show all of the miniatures with their corresponding monsters. Alright, let's start with the gnolls. Aren't they cute little furry creatures? I am very sentimental about this city as well, by the way. Let's take them. Because I want to show the details. Finally, we got the plastic that is dark enough so I can show you the details. Do you have new miniatures when population raises in numbers? Unfortunately, no. Like, you have to buy additional ones? I don't think so. So these are the gnolls. Look at them. So sneaky. I love the pose. You can see, especially on this miniature, that some of the pieces have been made separately and glued together. Speaking of the zombies, actually, you missed this part of the stream when we were talking about the necropolis, so I would recommend you to check out this stream afterwards. It will be available both on Twitch and YouTube. Okay, let's move on to the lizardmen. One of the creatures that I really enjoyed using. But they are so small. Such a small lizard out there. I would prefer the blue version a little bit more. They are like greenish blue. Still very nice art. I always thought that they had nice houses. I don't know why. But you can see how small they are in comparison to the others. Now, the dragonflies. They look like they are up to something, right? Like they are supposed to steal your soul or something like that. Or steal your blood. You could really get some details on the wings, I think. Look at this pattern on the wings. Yeah. It looks like they are laughing, definitely. Very underpified version of the dragonflies. Oh no, I start dropping things. Oh no, I will have to replace my human puppet hens with new human puppet hens. Okay, the basilisks. These are big guys. And they have more of the legs than they had in the game, I think, right? They have like 2, 4, 6 legs. But I love the tail. And they don't stick to the base itself. The miniature is sticking out a little bit. by the way, the Gorgons. These are great creatures, especially the ability to kill additional creatures instantly. If you could avoid the Gorgons, it was good to avoid them, right? And you can see a really nice detail on the bottom. There is a shield with the Erathian symbol on the base. So we know which kind of city they really did not like. Where did it go? This way. I think the basilisks have 6 legs in game too, but a lot shorter legs. Yes, the basilisks were more like kind of laying low, I could say. So in this pose, it was quite surprising to see them this way. Good to see you, Feli. How is life treating you? We are discussing the expansions and the Heroes of Might and Magic 3 miniatures in general. And the wyverns. If you were lucky and you were playing in like easy mode, you can get them at day 2 or day 3, something like that. Dynamic pose again, the tail. They are not limited by the base. It's just awesome. And the tail is just slightly bendy. I believe that this would be my favorites to paint because I really like the color scheme on them. This is, you know, the original color scheme for the wyverns. And they were supposed to go like this, I believe. Sometimes I am confused by the way you were supposed to put them away. All right, and the Hydras, one of my favorites, right? Enjoying the unboxing? Oh, yes, I do enjoy it. What about you? Hydras, look at them. They ignore the retaliation attack, and the upgraded version ignores the retaliation attack. This unit attacks up to 2 adjacent enemy units. Only 2, but there are like 5 heads. They should attack everyone around. Come on, just like in the game. Probably it would be too overpowered in this case, but come on, look at those chains in here. And the giant tail. And this is quite heavy miniature as well. So I have to hold it this way. I'm trying to show you as much as possible. I don't know if the Hydra is better than the dragons. It's really hard to tell. There are so many good miniatures in this set. And I believe that they were attacking with their tail as well. Do you remember that? Do they have only one stomach? That would be awful to share one stomach, right? Their main attack is gossiping. What if one head doesn't like the other head? That would be quite difficult, don't you think? Yeah. But on the other hand, if they got only one stomach, that would be beneficial to them, because if only one head is eating the cake, then all of the heads feel the same thing if they share the stomach. One head eats pizza, other one eats ice cream, so you can have pizza and ice cream at the same time. And the third one is the pineapple, so you can have pineapple on pizza, but not really. That is clever. Oh, you enjoyed too? Thank you, Feli. I am trying to consider if these miniatures could be painted or not, because they really look good the way they are. On the other hand, I'm really curious about some of the miniatures. We are getting through the 7th box out of 8 boxes, so we will get to the rampart. But if you're interested, the base game and all of the previous games were on the previous parts of the stream, and we're only 3 hours into the stream. I am really trying to wrap this up this time. Reminds me of the two-headed ogre in World of Warcraft. In general, the two-headed ogres were amazing, right? Because it was said in the Blizzard lore that one-headed ogre is too stupid to become a mage. That's why only the two-headed ogres became the mages, right? And in Dota 2, if you ever played it, they have this interesting banter. Sometimes they can't count. For example, when you get the new level, one head says, "How many levels is that?" or they say at the same time, "Me first," when they want to get somewhere, or "That's mine! No, that's mine!" I really enjoyed the two-headed ogres in the Warcraft, but also in Dota 2. One was dumb and the other smart. Actually, both of them were making the smart one, in a way. Alright, we got through the Fortress expansion, and of course the back is pretty much the same. On each side you're getting the piece of art, other piece of art. So, you know, I'm not showing you everything, but this is really good. And also the packaging was awesome. Because I got one big box and there was a little bit of the damage done to the box. So I got really worried about it. I was wondering, okay, is there anything that is damaged? Are the boxes damaged? But it turned out that in this box there were 2 separate boxes, and in those boxes you had all of the pieces. So the game was packaged really nicely, and even on the edges you had like plastic pieces for protection. Great packaging, great miniatures, great arts. I could go on. I am not sure if this game studio has made a lot of games in general. I have seen that they had like Masters of the Universe campaign or something like that. Although this is the type of quality I would expect from each board game from now on. And we get to the last one. Okay, one of my favorites, right? My top of the top. Even if these are golden dragons, they are not resistant to all of the magic. Sorry, dungeon. But this is my favorite, okay? Board games are not hard to make, but really hard to balance, exactly. So I'm not sure what is the balance. I'm suspecting that the game creators were trying really hard to balance the game, but I just can't tell yet. So this is the last expansion. I left it for you to see how it looks like if you got the expansion that is unopened. So I need to sleeve all of these cards and stuff. And we got another mission book. Well, as I said before, each one has its own mission book, and the art is just beautiful, beautiful. And we are getting not very derpy trees. Well, okay, so you can see that in the scenarios you are getting the setup for the tiles, how you should put the tiles in 2-player scenario or 3-player scenario. So you have to pick, you have to randomize the tiles with certain numbers that you can see on the back of the tiles, and you need to put them in this order. And then you probably need to turn them around in order to see what is available on the map. So you're kind of randomizing the map each time. But of course you need to keep the numbers. So probably the numbers that we can see here, depending on the numbers, you're getting different neutral buildings that you can visit. And speaking of visiting, this is something that I haven't mentioned in the battlefield scenario, but I have shown you one of the neutral buildings that you can see on the map. Fun fact, there is corpse in here as well. And you know, there is like a little skeleton that you can see on the ground on the map. And you might not remember that, because not many of you might remember my Heroes of Might and Magic 3 streams from the past, from like 6 years ago. But I was always laughing when I have seen that this corpse has been visited already. Yeah. Sandro likes it. Alright, we got Jalu in the Rampart. I mean, good choice. Alright, good choice. We got coins, we got tiles, and you can see these are the numbers of the tiles. And Jalu Gem. Gem was not my first pick. Usually I was trying to go with Mephala. And you can see that we got Dragon Utopia right there, which is the tile number 627. So probably this is located somewhat like in the center, so you need to go to the center. So these are probably more challenging areas, something like that. And of course we got some additional materials if you're trying to collect them, and exactly the same type of the city cards that we need to punch out. The graphics is pretty much the same as in the game. This is slightly different though. There's a little bit less of the trees. And we got the rampart piece. Yep. And the glare. I have Warcraft the board game. Should play that again someday. Was fun. Yeah, I think that you should. If you got the opportunity, if you got somebody to play with, then why not? And we got the English Rampart deck that I just need to sleeve. And we got the monsters. We got the pieces. Exactly the same cubes. Like, same type. It's just a matter of buying the miniatures mostly. Oh no, the music could be changed to Rampart. Of course it can be. I was trying to adjust it. But sometimes I forget. Thank you, Feli, for your input. I would forget it again. I forgot with Inferno. I was playing Tower theme for most of the Inferno. Thank you, Feli. I was preparing myself to play every town theme for every expansion. I'm sorry, guys. A very professional stream out there. I love the music. I love the general vibe. I love that waterfall. I love all of the trees, and if you were very, very clever, you could actually get the unicorns quite fast, if I remember correctly. We need to get back to Heroes free streams. So we're starting with the centaurs. And Feli, if you have joined a moment ago, I will show you that this is the site of the unupgraded unit, and then the upgraded unit. Each upgraded unit has got this really nice holographic side. So where are these guys? Of course. The battle pose. Let me try to mess with the focus a little bit so I can show you the details a little bit more. This is bright plastic again, but I am trying to show you as many details as I can. better buy some sleeves. I already got the sleeves for that. On Board Game Geek, you already have the information on how many cards you need to sleeve and what kind of size you need. And there are about 600 cards for all of that. So after the stream, I will have some sleeving to do. Because some of the cards have been de-sleeved in order to show you, so there is no glare on the stream. I love the pose once again. This is how they were attacking, right? And they had this kind of strange weapon. And of course, you know, the horse body. We have seen quite a lot of horse bodies right now. Is this bendy? Let's check the bendiness of their weapon. A little bit bendy, but not that much. So these are the centaurs, and we move on to dwarves. Of course, dwarves are going to be smaller. If games doesn't come with nice boxes to hold their content, I normally just use the screw beans with small cases with pockets. Actually, everything fits in here really nicely. So if you punch out all of these cards, everything has its own spot. I can show it to you once again. Here we're getting the dwarves in like a battle pose. Okay, I need to admit something. And I don't know if I can say this out loud, guys, but it's in positive way. This is how I see Bold Viking screaming his battle cry. Of course, it's a positive thing. But yeah, Bold Viking is a member of Red Circuit Stream Team. And they have a magnificent bird. So this is how I imagine Bold Viking if they would be a character in the game. So we got this, guys. We got this. I don't know if I can say this to Bold. I hope he's not going to be offended by that, because I didn't mean to offend him. And look at the elves. The elves are quite fancy. Legolas, is that you? They small. They small and sneaky. I recognize Orlando. Yep, definitely. I think that they were the reference. I think we should add Orlando, as known as Legolas, to our Lamalvor. Just like we did with Mads Mikkelsen. And look at this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful creature with awesome wings. More horses. I had no idea, I never really thought about this, but there are so many horses in Heroes 3. Oh no, there is one thing that I haven't mentioned, guys. I haven't shown you the characters from the fortress. We will get back to the fortress after the Rampart expansion, and then we will get to the art book and the posters. I want to paint all of these wings, not gonna lie. Need to play some game with Orlando first. Just as you did with that, but there is no game with Orlando Bloom, right? I don't think there was any. But if you can think of one, then let me know. Dendroids, let's look for the dendroids. Not as derpy as I wanted them to be, but look, they big, they tanky. And they might be drinking with their feet, by the way. I haven't shown you the characters, like the heroes from the expansion. Sorry guys, it's a little bit chaotic at times. I am trying to keep it as best as I can. Unicorns. Look, they have a tiny grass at the bottom. It's not a very... It doesn't hurt you when you touch it, but it has this strange kind of texture. Is it? I don't know if there is a game with Orlando Bloom, but I guess that we have the way. We have the reason to do some kind of research. More dynamic poses, like... I think that they know exactly what they are doing. Like, this company is great with miniatures. And this is quite heavy as well. Let's check the bendiness of the horn. Not very bendy, really. And the gold dragons. Finally, gold dragons. Beautiful, beautiful. Red-haired golden dragons. They remind me a little bit of black dragons, so it's a little bit misleading. Of course, the color is showing you that, yeah, this is rampart creature, but I think they look pretty similar to the black dragons. We might want to make some differences. We might try to do some kind of comparison. And by the way, don't you think that gold dragons are kind of like that cousin of the black dragons that you never really liked? Check out Discord game stuff after the stream. Okay, I will. Thank you. Is there a game with Orlando Bloom? Like, seriously? Is this what you're trying to tell me? Blady, I can't believe that. Because we were talking about that. Alright, so as I said before, you can punch out those pieces. When you punch these out, it's not easy to do that if you're wearing gloves and human puppet hands. You can put it right into the spot. It fits really, really nicely. There is a little bit of wiggle room, like a tiny, tiny bit. And of course, the character sheet, when you punch it out, you can fit it right into that spot. Everything is well thought. One of the best ways to organize space. And also, I have noticed that if you punch out all of those cards from here, you can still store it underneath the box and everything fits. And you can close the box, no problem. He played Will in Pirates of the Caribbean. Yes, he did, but I remember that the Pirates of the Caribbean game, there was one, but I don't think that Orlando Bloom was made as the character into the game itself. But I am aware of only one Pirates of the Caribbean game. But maybe there are more of them and I just don't know. I mean, it's possible. Also, the same with the CD, you can just put it right there, fits very nicely. So I will just tackle it later. No, I am not going to tackle it later because I would make the same mistake as with Fortress. I need to show you the... Wait a minute. Yeah, I need to show you the heroes of the Rampart. I forgot about it. And I forgot about Heroes of the Fortress. What do you think if I would try to reach Orlando Bloom and I would ask him, will you play Pirates of the Caribbean with me on stream? There is fun involved. Just saying, just saying. Let's check the bendiness. The hero horse doesn't have a horn. It doesn't have to have a horn. But did they have horns in the original game, in the PC game? I am not sure about this. Well, we got the horn on the unicorn. And then the second one. But this mane is really, really nice. I remember there was some kind of like earthy theme to the hooves and other little pieces for the Rampart. Like Rampart was more into the earth magic. The Inferno was obviously the fire magic. The tower was air magic. It is worth a try. He sang they are taking the hobbits to Isengard on the set of Hobbit. Yeah, I like this song. I really, really like it. Laser thinks I am crazy for liking it, but whatever. I mean, he knows that I'm strange, so... He should have expected that in the first place. Okay, guys, I will have to go AFK for a second in order to reach back to the fortress to show you something small but beautiful. Okay, I am a weirdo, Inter. Is this what you wanted to hear? Okay, let me go AFK for a second. In the meantime, I will drink some water. And we will get back to the fortress expansion to show you. This was the last box, the last expansion, but we still got the art book to get through, and you will see a lot of this cool art in the art book. That's why I didn't get into details on the mission books. Normal is boring? Ah, come on. Normal is good. Sometimes it's good to be just regular. Lati says on Twitch, I would take the hobbits to a skeleton transformer, whereas in Heroes 4, halflings are not bad. Frodo, is that you? By the way, we were looking at the halflings. Let's get back to the rampart for a second, and we will get back to Fortress for a while, and then we will check the posters, and then later the art book. So, all in all, I hope that you agree with me that the miniatures are great. Do we want to paint them? Would you like to see them being painted on stream? Of course, this will take me ages, but there is an opportunity, you know, guys? Show me the golden dragons. I think that they are pretty much the same. Jesus. It's just like the... Yeah. As I said, like the cousin that you don't like. They are so similar, bro! Time to zoom in on these guys, like, time to focus. Alright. Okay, let's check the details. The tail is different. I would say that the wings are pretty much the same. There are not many details that would make them so much different. And the face is quite similar, I need to admit that. So if the color would be the same, like let's say it's gray type of plastic, I wouldn't see the difference between the awesome, badass black dragon that is immune to all of the magic and the golden dragon that is, you know, the lesser version of the badasses that is immune only to some type of magic. The type of, you know, the younger cousin. Now fight or kiss or dance. Alright, let's get back to the miniatures from the fortress for a moment, and of course we need to get back to the theme. Oh yeah, I want to show you something. Where is it? Okay, I will show you as the last thing. So we got the fortress units right there. Focus, Llama, focus. Wait, I am fighting with focus. Autofocus is something that I cannot do on the streams. Because that would destroy the stream in general. And we got this kind of lizard person right there. Oh, there is some kind of friend on the base. Yeah, I wonder if this one is Eurasian. Let's check the bendiness. Just a little bit bendy. It's alright. And something that I was looking forward to show you. So we got the like null version of the hero. And the thing that just cracks me up every time when I see it. Alright, let's check the bendiness. It's alright. It's alright. I love the banners. But look at that frog! Whoever sculpted this frog as the part of the miniature, they should get a raise. Seriously. Love it. And look, it jumps. This frog should be the hero of today's stream. That's why I felt so bad about missing those heroes. It's good that I reminded myself that I need to show these ones to you. And in general, guys. Okay, we can move on to the posters and the art book. So all of the expansions, we have checked all of the miniatures. They are of great quality, and I can see that you are interested in seeing them being painted on stream, which I consider really nice. This is the set of posters that I am going to open for the first time. And there is something that I even asked about on Reddit when somebody was already showing the pictures on Heroes Free Reddit, that they already got their pledge. I thought that this is some kind of special treat, but I got it too. So this is one of the best treats ever. I need to admit that. Would you look at that? Of course, I will try to reduce the glare as much as I can. So, of course, this is the set of posters that you had to pay for as additional thing. But I believe that these are all of the autographs of all of the creators of the game, I guess. So I guess that this is thank you for backing thing. And of course on the Black Dragon we get all of those thank you and all of the autographs. I had no idea that I am going to get this as well. I thought that this is super special for people who have backed with the big box pledge, but it was just with the poster. So if you were getting the posters, then you were getting this as well, which is extremely cute. I would like to thank the creators of this game as well, that you made me so sentimental about Heroes 3, that you will probably invoke some Heroes feelings in me again, that I will probably stream this game soon. Yeah, thank you. Alright, so what do we have next? Because there are quite a few of the posters. Beautiful, beautiful fairy dragon. This is one of the reasons that it should be painted as the neutral unit, especially because neutral units, that yellow plastic color is a little bit strange, you know? I can see a lot of Polish names. I don't know, I would have to check, but yeah, there are like plenty of people who are part of this game. And here we got more dragons, of course. I love this kind of art, guys. I was never really collecting anything, like any posters, but with Frostpunk and Heroes 3, I actually wanted to get the poster pack. Actually, I don't really have space to hang all of these. But maybe if we find some other place to move into, who knows? And the Crystal Dragon. I consider the Crystal Dragon campaign, like the Dragon campaign in Heroes 3, very difficult, so I feel ashamed that I haven't finished it. And look, Lati, it's time for you to be mad because we got all of the party from the Inferno. That's some hot picture out there. Yep. And then, of course, the Titan. The Titan needs to be very, very tall guy. Beautiful art pieces, guys. And the ramparts. I hope that there will be more of the posters for the expansions that are not available yet. Maybe they will make it into another Kickstarter campaign. I can imagine that they are going to hit the goal even faster. And these ones, these laughing little dragonflies. And for the first time, as I said, the bone dragons, actually ghost dragons, Actually, they look badass in this game. Thank you for making them better. Oh, there is one thing that we miss in here. I wish we could see the corpse visited somewhere around. And the dungeon. Of course, these are the art pieces that you have seen already, but as the separate poster, it looks really nice. I see it for the first time with you guys, so this is the first impression. And we got the castle with all of the guys on the ground, almost all of the guys. Isn't that a little bit unfair? Yeah. Lovely. But actually, the thing that I enjoy the most is the first poster with all of those autographs, because this makes it very personal, and I love this kind of details. Alright, we will get to the art book. I am not going to comment on the art book too much. Oh, by the way, we still got the astrologers, the little booklet that was added just on top of everything that says astrologer's answer. This is the booklet that gives you questions and answers to the game mechanics, and also there is a really nice section that says what are the differences between the PC and the board game. So I do like this concept, probably, and I am not sure about this yet. Oh yes, this is exactly what they have said, and let's change the theme a little bit. Let's have this one. There are differences, unfortunately, yes. As far as I know, you cannot really mix the units. So if you are playing with Rampart units, you can have only Rampart units. So you cannot have the badass dungeon dragons, unfortunately. Alright, and they are referencing to us, llamas, dear Erathians. See, dear Erathians. Below, you will find a list of questions that were most commonly raised during the development process. The feedback we gathered from the numerous playtests has allowed us to pinpoint the rules that may be a bit problematic in certain cases and the reasons for it. Please rest assured that all the rules presented in the rulebooks are accurate, and while reading this document is not mandatory, it can help clarify any ambiguities that may arise in these situations. Great job, guys. I love this concept. And also, it's astrologer's answer. First, for the first time, astrologers do something more. Oh, guys, okay, so I believe it's time, before we will get to the art of Heroes of Might and Magic 3, I believe it is time to tell you why am I showing all of this. So, of course, we are discussing the miniatures quality, and I wanted to show you that. I wanted to ask you if you want to see those miniatures being painted. But of course, the truth is that most likely a huge portion of your subs and the Twitch payouts that I got has funded this game. This Kickstarter pledge. And I would like to thank you for all of this, guys, because this is where your support goes, either for the board games that I bought in the past, either Darkest Dungeon or Frostpunk or Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Probably this is the last one that I am going to get ever. I think that I would be less likely to get them if it wasn't for your support. So if you were ever wondering where the payouts are going, then at least I can say thank you and have some fun with you when unboxing this stuff. And I hope that we will hang out a little bit more while painting those miniatures if possible. So yeah, thank you guys for your support. Maybe I should mention that at the beginning of the stream, but I am just getting very, very sentimental about it. So, thanks. It is really difficult to say how much of the payouts has made it into the game itself, because I am getting the payouts in US dollars, and when I have to pay in euros, I have the currency conversion and stuff, and I try to convert it when needed. So sometimes this money is just chilling on PayPal for a moment. Wait a minute, I thought you were buying food with this money. Well, not necessarily, because I was trying to grow some hay. And hay makes an awesome food, don't you think? Don't forget to make the blah noise when attacking with a vampire. Yeah. But thank you guys in general. I hope that at least you think that if you're subbing to me, that these are the money well spent, that I am trying to contribute it to the stream in a way. If there is something else, like some piece of hardware that I am getting thanks to you guys, I am mentioning that in news and schedule. But recently it has been going into the Kickstarter campaigns. We're investing in you like in Microsoft. Should I feel offended or should I feel flattered? Because I don't know at this point. I got confused. Let's get a box piece. Or at least the top of the box. Because I want to show it, the art at an angle, so we can see all of the lovely art. Llama is way better investment. Thank you, Inter. It's not like you're my mod that is protecting me. Not at all. Alright, let's take a look at the beautiful art that you have seen before, but let's get through this together. I don't know if we want to flip through all of the book. I wouldn't mind myself, because damn! I thought that it will take me 5 or 6 hours to get through everything. And I want to show you something really, really, really cool in the art book. Well, guys, okay, maybe this is common for the art books. But the point is that I never really collected any art books, so I don't know. I believe that this is my first art book, like, ever. I thought you were getting a Lambo. Actually, if I could, I would get an apartment, but they are extremely, extremely expensive, so I couldn't. Alright, guys, I want to show you something. So we got the units of the factions. After a generous tip, the barkeep whispers, "Never get involved in a land war in Eurasia. Their horses are the swiftest in the land. Crusaders can strike 2 blows in the time a normal swordsman could strike once, and they let champions run their enemies through. They really like the results. Farther is better. Have you heard? Zealots are beings of pure energy. Any castle under the guard of the Brotherhood of the Sword stands a better chance in siege combat.
Word of our
Sometimes the
community's
best way
acclaim spreads.
to avoid defeat is by avoiding the combat." I believe that these are legit advice pieces from the tavern. Zamius, thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for a really, really quick shout out, guys. Zamius, how was your stream? Thank you and welcome everybody from Zamius' channel. My name is Lorin. I am a variety streamer, and today we were unboxing Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the board game. Guys, make sure that you're checking out Zamis, who is a variety streamer and the game developer. Stream was okay. I'm glad to hear that. Have you ever played Heroes of Might and Magic 3, Zamis? I am quite a fan of the game myself. You can see that when there is an art, you can see who has made this art. So each artist has been credited in here, which I find awesome. I don't know if this is a common thing in the art books, because this is my first one ever. But it's just great to have it. That's what I wanted to show you guys. Look at that. Of course, these are the cards, and all of the art pieces are marked who has made the art. Fox talked a lot to my AI mascot Konak. Also, you are becoming the VR tuber from now on. I have played this in PC once, and Heroes 5 and 6 as well. Oh, nice! So welcome to Eurasia! Oh, there were different concepts for Archangels. I had no idea. And we got the heroes. I am trying to minimize the glare, guys, but you know that it might be a little bit difficult. And I think that all of those descriptions are coming from the game itself. Remember that every hero had their backstory. But there is no Christian! Unfortunately. But these characters are available, you can use them as the character cards. A word from the designers. There should be information. We really wanted to do the justice to the ghost dragons and make them into underpified version of the dragons. I would take that as an excuse. Archangels as a whole are a bit unfair with that resurrectability, although it depends on how many archangels you have, that many units you can resurrect. And by the way, remember about the overpowered conflicts if you don't have the Horn of the Abyss expansion. So conflicts is much worse. Friendly reminder. Let's read the barkeeper whispers from the tavern, because I believe that this is legit for the game itself. A cover of darkness blankets all under the reign of the necromancers. I have heard that the residents of the necropolis will construct a soul prison to honor any hero who brings them the grail. Some believe each necropolis builds a necromancy amplifier to help its heroes raise the dead. Prisoners of war are led to their cities to be flayed into skeletons for the undead hordes, not the horse. Sorry, guys. It took all of the seriousness from the necropolis. Prisoners of war are led to their cities to be flayed into skeletons for the undead hordes of the necromancers and dead knights. But the ghost dragons are the most powerful creature of the necropolis. They thirst of the vitality of the young. Beware, you may find yourself old. Still, I would like to avoid them wearing a helmet, so it would be easier to find the differences between the zombies and the skeletons as the miniatures. But still very, very cool, guys. And this is the real Edward, guys. Spoilers for Lord Heart. Please do not look if you haven't played the game. Yeah, the troglodytes are quite awesome, aren't they? The barkeep whispers. Troglodytes have no eyes, so they cannot be blinded, but they can still see their surroundings through infrared senses. I've heard the residents of the dungeons will summon a guardian of Earth to honor any hero who brings them the Grail. It is believed the warlocks are able to create a mana vortex capable of doubling their mana capacity. With the portal of summoning, with the portal of summoning, the dungeon can recruit creatures from the surface. If you want to learn quickly, visit a Battle Scholars Academy, and never ignore a subterranean gate, lest you allow an enemy to approach unseen. So let's keep an eye on them. Hello, Kratzy and Kinetic Energy. Good to see you guys. We got Heroes 3 music and Heroes 3 the board game art book, and we're just getting through the pages and looking at the artwork. Really, really pretty art book. Okay, it's my first one ever, so maybe that's why I'm so hyped. They definitely put their own twist on this game. And the black dragons. And the characters that are playable characters in the board game. Didn't know there was an art book for it. That's pretty cool. Yes, and there was a set of posters as well. Just had to pay a little bit more for it, but yes. Yay, we start with dendroids. There is more of those barkeep wisdom, but I will try to read at least one for each city. The barkeep whispers, did you know the elves of Avli are descended from the elves of Vorai? I've heard the elves of Vorai have snow-white skin. At this time of year, the waters around their island freeze. I once saw a dwarf resist a spell cast upon him, but if you want to protect yourself from spells, stand next to a unicorn. It is also said a Pegasus will make an enemy spellcaster work harder. Orlando Bloom, is that you? I can see the reference, yeah. We're getting interested in Orlando Bloom. Don't worry, Orlando. Probably you will never see this, but don't worry. We got interested in Mads Mikkelsen first, so don't worry, we're not obsessed. We're not obsessed at all. And the golden dragons, you know, that's younger cousin of the black dragons. Okay, I still like them, but I would prefer the black dragons. And we're getting to the fortress. Oh, there were a few concepts for Lizardmen. I'm glad that they got, you know, like this type of artwork, not this one, because this reminds me more of the original game. And also there is lizard like that, right? It is showing like it can move it or something like that, if I remember correctly. By the way, this artwork is reminding me of some kind of like which kind of wizard hero. So that would be great for an artwork for the witch hero. Like reptilian, yeah. Wait a minute, Orlando Bloom is lizard? No. We had Orlando Bloom before. The barkeep whispers, lizard men are armed with bows for ranged attacks and daggers for hand-to-hand fighting. I've heard the residents of the fortresses will grow a great carnivorous plant to honor any hero who brings them the Grail. Fortresses also construct the Blood Obelisk to increase the ferocity of their own defenders. After a day in the Cage of Warlords, you will know how to better defend yourself. I remember one of the swamp heroes can start with 100 mobs. In base game, like without Horn of the Abyss expansion? Oh, this is an awesome color scheme. Oh my lord. I wish I could paint it this way. Look at all of these pinks and purples on the scales as well. I wish I could paint like this. Very similar with the basilisks, but the gorgons are gorgeous. And the gnolls, there were different concept arts. This one is quite cool, but they are trying to keep the tradition going. I can see that. Also, the concepts for the dragonflies, they are very interesting. These are nasty. Wow. Nasty, scary ones. I like to see the concepts as well, because it shows that there was a nice variety involved. I like this color scheme, for example. Although, I think that they wanted to kind of stick to the tradition. Yeah, the wyverns are really, really nice. And gorgons, still gorgeous, especially those colors. And the hydras. Hydras are the most powerful creature of the fortresses. They are serpents attacking with overwhelming, vicious bites. It is impossible to retaliate in the onslaught of the many-headed hydra. Still, we didn't resolve the mystery if they are sharing the stomach or not. We need to know that, Arcan Studio. These are important questions. And these are the character sheets. Tower. The barkeep whispers. I have heard the towers trade in artifacts. The residents of the towers will construct a great skyship to honor any hero who brings them the Grail. If you want to know more, visit the Glyphic Wall of Knowledge in a tower. I can really appreciate that the gargoyles look like they are made out of stone. And there are different concepts. Okay, but first let's take a look at Nega art. Yes, this weapon is slightly different. And this one is slightly different, yes. So this is exactly what Quackerjack said. And we got slightly different concepts for the gargoyles. I think that all of them fit really well. And we had some kind of derpy version of the gremlins. These ones are more serious, I could say, but these ones are a little bit more derpy. It looks like the golems kind of have this piece, like metal piece, but it is supposed to be material. I think that it was cloth in the game, but I am not sure. And we got different genie projects, a little bit different. I like this expression. It's like, you know, Solmir style. We're getting to Inferno with the Archdevil and regular feet, not the hooves. Maybe they are hiding the hooves? What do you think? The barkeep whispers. I have heard heroes could travel between infernos without moving. It is said infernos are linked through dimensional portals. Simple folk call them castle gates. When invading an inferno, you will see brimstone storm clouds. Beware, their spellcasters feed on its power. If your heroes desire more power, visit the Order of Fire. The residents of the Infernos will summon a deity of fire to honor any hero who brings them the Grail. Beware Kriegans bearing gifts. Oh, this is very nice hooved guy. See, this is how the llama hooves roughly look like, and that's why I need to hide them on stream. And the doggos, let's pet all of the doggos. Yay! And the familiars, looks familiar. I wonder what's next after the Inferno part. Inferno means worst faction. I know. But still, it has been voted on by most of the people who backed the campaign. And they're neutral units, so you won't see the Stronghold because Stronghold is work in progress. They are planning for this to be part of the expansion. Ooh, yeah, the dragons. So this is Rust Dragon, and this is Azure Dragon, okay. So we got Azure and Rust Dragons. For some reason I didn't remember that they're Azure Dragons. And the Crystal Dragon. The Fairy Dragon, same as with the posters, it's just, you know, in the art book. Whoa! I love this. I love to see the work in progress from the concept, from the sketch to the artwork itself. Love this. I need more of it. Oh, look how cute they are. Until they are not. And here we got the peasants. So these are the artworks that you're probably going to see on the cards, but I didn't show all of the cards because I believe that it would take a while. And of course we got the ammo card and the ballista and the first 8 tents. Christian with the ballista, miss you. look at the enchanter and the diamond golem. Oh, wow. Imagine somebody who can paint it in non-metallic metallics way. I can imagine somebody getting this done this way. That would be awesome. I don't have the skills to paint like this, but if I could, wow. And then we got spells and abilities. So this is pretty much what you usually see in the spell book. Everything has been redrawn, so there is a really big inspiration, but there is a little bit of twist put to everything, pretty much. So you can see that there are some differences, like this is not exactly the same kind of art that you could see in the game. And I believe that all of these spells are available in the game itself as the separate cards. And of course we got the abilities, stats. There is a lot of effort and a lot of love that has been put into making all of this once again. Maybe check if they work IRL. What do you mean, lady? I will check if luck and estates work in real life. This is what I can check. Eagle Eye, one of the favorite skills of one of the users that I used to know. Shael would be proud of the Eagle Eye. The barkeep whispers, find the grail, it is more powerful than you can imagine. Today is yesterday's tomorrow. Big brain thought. The Thieves Guild is friend to everyone and no one. To thine own self be true. Artifacts, oh yeah, we got some artifacts as the cards. But they look much different. Oh, these are the cards that bring you luck. And the bottomless card or something like that that was giving you supplies. Of course, these are not all of the artifacts, like there are way more of the artifacts from the game, but I believe that this was the balancing thing. Okay, let's read one last Barkeep Whispers set, and this was the last page of the art book. After a generous tip, the Barkeep Whispers, did you ever hear the one about the frog who dreamed of being a king and then became one? On cursed grounds, no one has the advantage. Art truly is the most powerful magic. Wow, that was quite an experience, guys. That makes the full set complete. And all of that was worth the price, in my opinion. As I said before, it is still possible to pre-order the game, only the base version of the game, without the creature miniatures, at least for now. You would have to contact the company to know a little bit more. although I would still highly recommend that. And as I said before, this is not sponsored at all. This game creators have no idea that I exist. It was just a lot of fun to show everything to you guys, to thank you for your contribution into that, for giving me the ability to paint these miniatures in the future if possible. And the F-Gems, good to see you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, everyone, for your support. So I could fund this Kickstarter campaign. I think that it was a fair price, because for the base game you need to pay 79 euros for the base game without the miniatures, and all of that sets was 200 euros plus 35 for Inferno, I believe, and shipping depended on the country, so I'm not counting the shipping. What is to unbox next? I don't have anything! I don't have anything to unbox, and I think that this was for the sake of the miniatures, obviously. And damn, that was worth it. I need to tell you guys, that was worth it. I would love to see the game being played. Me too, but we don't have the place that is big enough. And by the way, I was about to show you how do you put the hexes, so maybe I will get one of the expansions. Yep, unfortunately space is a big issue in our case, even when it comes to streaming, and also we cannot really make some adjustments. That's why we're looking for a little bit bigger place, but with the changes that happened in my case, we will have to look a little bit more outside of the city, so maybe we could find something bigger and cheaper if possible. I don't know yet. It's really difficult to find something that we would find better than this place, even if this place turned out to be a little bit too small for us at this point. We would like to have like a separate office space, you know, separate studio, where we could put some kind of acoustic foam and we could have a little bit more of the space. But maybe it's going to happen sometime soon. Outside cities it's cheaper, but still, does it have everything nearby you need? Exactly. So we are very picky about this. We have been looking for a while already. Okay, let's try to punch out all of these cards first, because this is what we need for the really quick setup of the game. And I would have to do that anyway after the stream or at some point. Oh my god, I keep losing stuff from now on. There are many more tiles, I believe, because this is the base game, and probably you are adding... Either you're adding the expansion pieces to the game, or you can mix everything together. I don't know it yet, because I was busy adjusting to the mats, as you might know. So I definitely was not in the mood to try to do anything to play the game and go big brain on it. I love the crunchy sound of these things. ASMR time incoming. Okay, let's stop the music for a moment. ASMR for you guys, I hope. You either love it or hate it. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the board game, ASMR. Only on Loreen Lama's stream. Can you chew up some chips to this? I cannot. And you know why? Because I mix them with the yogurt. You know, that without any additional flavors, just the plain yogurt. And they get a very, very soft, so they are not crunchy. I have a policy about that. Lose one item if you borrow a game from me. You need to replace it or buy a new box. Exactly. I mean, this definitely makes sense. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have lost something. I have lost the rulebook. It is somewhere in this spot. Mission book, tournament book, rulebook. Okay. So, roughly, if you never played a game like this, it should pretty much go like this, at least if I understand correctly. So let's say that we are getting the scenario all for one. Why not? And all for one would have this as the setup for the scenario. Okay, maybe something easier. Brave New World for the 3 players. So probably, if I understand correctly, there are a lot of these, I call them hexes for simplicity, but you have the numbers on the back, so let's divide them into the right numbers first. You can see that there are different numbers. These are the same. Would be really useful to keep them this way so it is easier. But I strongly believe that it's going to work roughly like this. But I will have to read all of the instructions, so not 100% sure. It's just the way I think. And also, let's check the tiles if I understand correctly. You can see that the tile with symbol 1 has got the city on it. So you got all of the 3 cities. So this one you probably need to pick on purpose. Like, let's say you're playing with 2 players or 3 players, so you will randomize where is your starting area. But you need to have the tiles for those certain cities. And then in this case, there is a secondary city available on the symbols with 2 to 3. And as far as I'm concerned, it seems like for the 3-player scenario, you just need to have a pattern like this. So you will have to randomize one of those 4 and 5 tiles. Probably you're going to pick them totally at random, so we need 3 of these. And you need 3 of the cities, so we're going to randomize them as well. And it depends, because I'm pretty certain that there is a chance, if you are going to follow this pattern for this scenario, we will have to put it roughly like this and connect it with those numbers. And I'm not sure if these were the rules of the game itself or not, but I believe that there might be a chance that if you are putting all of the tiles and make the board this way, if you uncover the tiles and here you got the castle, here you got the dungeon, and here you got the necropolis, probably the first hero that is going to uncover this tile, I believe that there might be a chance for them to figure out which tiles do they want to connect to. So maybe they will be able to move them around. But I need to read through the rules. So probably this is how it's gonna look like. So this is like the fog of war to you. And when you are about to uncover, then you might possibly decide which tiles are connected to yours, I think. So it depends on scenario which numbers you're using, and there are different items here. We got the Pandora's box, we got the water wheel in here. There was a secondary city. In this case, we didn't get the secondary city, but I have seen it being available, and it was secondary necropolis. So I would assume, and I think I've seen it. Oh, there is Inferno actually in the base game. So there are different types of cities. I believe that this might be kind of balance thing that they decided to make it this certain way. Oh, and there are corpses. Not visited yet, but there is a chance for the artifact. I am not sure how big of the chance there is, but usually the chance was extremely low, remember? Corpse visited. Yep. If the corpse was visited, we can finish the stream. Now we have seen everything. We had ASMR, we have seen all of the miniatures. That was a fun time, and we flipped through every page of the art book, I believe. What do you think, Lamas? Are you planning to get the base board game? I think that it's worth it. But once again, not sponsored at all. I would like to reach to the game creators and ask them if they are going to make, you know, like Bendy, like the playing mat for the battlefields. This is the only thing I'm missing, and of course other cities and maybe a little bit more of the heroes, but probably it's the balance thing, so I'm not going to complain much about it. I'm holding back on buying more board games. I have other stuff to fix first. Yes, of course, remember about your priorities. This is the pledge that I got a year ago, so at least back then I was able to afford it, and also I was at least partially using the Twitch payouts for this. I used to buy one board game a month. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, you probably have quite a collection at some point. I know that you're a huge fan of the board games, Inter. Wow, that was quite an adventure, and I have a huge mess to put away because not all of the boxes are closed properly, and I have a lot of the cards to sleeve, and I need to put away the badass dragon and the younger cousin dragon away into their boxes to chill there. So I hope to play this board game in the future when things get better, and maybe it's worth it to try to figure out the paint schemes for these little guys. Okay, that's everything that I have prepared for you, Lamas, today. Once again, thank you so much for your help with getting this. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for just having the conversation in general. I will give Laser a lot of hugs, of course I will. And oh my god, I will see you on Sunday stream, right? at 2 p.m. UTC on RimWorld with Twitch Toolkit. I hope that you remember, guys, right? So let's quickly look and check who we can rate on Twitch. Obviously, I am not going to rate on YouTube. So thank you all of the YouTube visitors who have checked out my video. Please like and subscribe. Am I getting better at this? I don't know. Take care, everyone, and bye, YouTube.